We would be beginning our program very shortly. Our guests have arrived. I request everyone to kindly rise in the honor of our guests. The greatest man is he who bears the heaviest burden cheerfully, who is the calmest in the storm and the most fearless under trouble, whose reliance on truth, on virtue, and on God is unfaltering. Honorable Shri Justice Bhushan Gawai, the Honorable the Chief Justice of India, respected Dr. Kamal Tai Gawai, respected Dr. Tejaswini Gawai, Honorable Shri Justice Uday Lalit, former Chief Justice of India and the chief guest of today's function, Honorable Shri Justice Dipankar Dotto, Judge, Supreme Court of India and the President of today's function, Honorable Shri Justice Prasanna Varare, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Shri Justice Atul Sandurkar, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Shri Justice Alok Aradhe, the Honorable the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, Honorable Shri Justice Nitin Sambre, Administrative Judge, Bombay High Court, Nagpur Bench. Honorable Shri Justice Anil Kilor, Judge, Bombay High Court. Shri Tushar Mehta, the Honorable Solicitor General of India. Dr. Birendra Saraf, the Honorable Advocate General for the State of Maharashtra. Honorable Judges of the Bombay High Court. Honorable Shri Justice V.S. Sirpurkar, former Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable former Judges of the Bombay High Court. Learned senior advocates present. Honorable members of the judiciary. Learned members of the legal fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed with a sense of immense pride and joy that on behalf of the High Court Bar Association, Nagpur, I, Advocate Radhika Bajaj, along with Advocate Parth Ranade, welcome Honorable Shri Justice B.R. Gawai to convey our salutation towards His Lordship's appointment as the Honorable the Chief Justice of India. It is an especially joyful emotion to see one of our own at the very top. At this auspicious juncture, I invite Ms. Radha Thengdi to recite the invocation song. She will be accompanied by Shri Govind Gadikar on the harmonium and Advocate Bhanudas Kulkarni on the tabla.
वाग्देवी अंतस्थापि च बहिर्मुखी रसिकर हृदय वीणा, रसिकर हृदय वीणा, झंकार कारिणी वन्दे त्वां सरस्वतीं ज्ञानरूपिणी, वन्दे त्वां सरस्वतीं ज्ञानरूपिणी, वन्दे ज्ञानरूपिणी, वन्दे ज्ञानरूपिणी।
To mark the beginning of today's ceremony, I invite the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the lighting of the traditional lamp. As the flame is kindled, may it inspire us all to uphold truth, justice, and the values enshrined in our Constitution.
At the outset, I request the President of the High Court Bar Association, Shri Atul Pandey, to welcome the Honorable the Chief Justice of India with a bouquet.
I request Dr. Bhanudas Kulkarni to welcome respected Dr. Kamaltai Gawai with a bouquet. I request Advocate Gauri Venkataraman, former President of the High Court Bar Association, to welcome Dr. Tejaswini Gawai with flowers.
We are indeed honored to have Dr. Tejaswini Gawai with us here today. I now request Advocate Amol Jaltare, Secretary, to welcome Honorable Shri Justice Uday Lalit with a bouquet.
I invite Vice President Advocate Pankaj Tidke to welcome Honorable Shri Justice Deepankar Datto with flowers.
I request Vice President Advocate Sharad Bhattar to welcome Honorable Shri Justice P.B. Varare with flowers.
I request the Treasurer Advocate Madhav Lakhe to welcome Honorable Shri Justice A.S. Sandurkar with a bouquet.
I now request the Joint Secretary of the Hcba, Advocate Prithviraj Chauhan, to welcome Honorable Shri Justice Alok Arade with a bouquet.
I invite Advocate Vishwajit Singh Oberoi, Library in Charge, to welcome Honorable Shri Justice Nitin Samre with flowers.
I request Executive Member Advocate Apurva Kolle to welcome Honorable Shri Justice Anil Kilor with flowers.
I request Advocate Bosco Anthony, Executive Member, to welcome the learned Solicitor General of India, Advocate Tushar Mehta, with a bouquet.
I request Executive Member Shri Sagar Katkar to welcome Dr. Birendra Saraf, the Advocate General of Maharashtra, with a bouquet. Thank you, my lords. Thank you, my lords. May I now invite Advocate Atul Pandey, President of the High Court Bar Association, to deliver his welcome address before this August gathering.
Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all. It is my honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt respect to Honorable Shri Justice Bhushan Ramkrishna Gawai, the Chief Justice of India. Chief guest of today's function, Honorable Shri Justice Uday Umesh Lalit, former Chief Justice of India. President of the function, Honorable Shri Justice Deepankar Datta, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Guest of honor, Honorable Shri Justice Prasanna Varade, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Shri Justice Atul Chandurkar, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Shri Justice Alok Arade, Chief Justice, Bombay High Court. Honorable Shri Justice Nitin Samre, Administrative Judge, Bombay High Court, Nagpur Bench. Honorable Shri Justice Anil Kilor, Judge, Bombay High Court, Nagpur Bench. Honorable Shri Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General of India. Honorable Dr. Birendra Saraf, Advocate General, State of Maharashtra. Honorable sitting and former judges of Bombay High Court, who graced this occasion with their presence. Honorable Shri Justice Sanjeev Kalgaonkar, Judge, Madhya Pradesh High Court, whose presence here holds a deep personal meaning for me. Honorable judicial members, distinguished senior counsels, three members of the bar, dear students, and my dear brothers and sisters. We are specially honored by the gracious presence of Dr. Kamlatai Ramkrishna Gawai, the respected mother of Honorable Chief Justice, and Dr. Tejaswini Gawai, better half of Chief Justice, whose strength and support have been an integral part of his Lordship's inspiring journey. There are days that etch themselves into the history of a region, and today is one such day. As I stand before this eminent gathering, I feel the weight of history and the warmth of shared conviction and faith. We gather here to felicitate a towering personality in the Indian judiciary, our very own Honorable Shri Justice Bhushan Ramakrishna Gawai, the 52nd Chief Justice of India, a son of soil, whose life and journey are a testament of pervasive legal acumen and devotion to justice. It is a story of rising from humble beginning, a journey that began in the modest lanes of Nagpur as a first-generation lawyer with no legacy but immense resolve, has reached the highest seat of judiciary in the country, rising through the ranks from serving as a government pleader to becoming a judge of the Bombay High Court, later the Supreme Court, and now the Chief Justice of India. It is a journey shaped by sincere commitment, profound wisdom, and an enduring dedication to the service of law and the nation. Your Lordship, even your name, Bhushan, echoes honor and glory. You are not just a jewel in the crown of the judiciary, but the soul of the High Court Bar Association's pride. With balance of helpfulness and humble support, you remain approachable to all of us. Your noble heart has not only upheld the law, but uplifted the spirit of justice itself. Throughout your judicial career, your Lordship has consistently upheld the idea that justice must not only be legal, but also socially meaningful and economically inclusive. You have given voice to the silent, strength to the weak, and hope to those for whom justice often feels out of reach. Justice Gavai is known for very bold, articulate, fearless judgments. Though he supported judicial activism, he always discouraged judicial adventurism and refrained from passing sweeping orders encroaching upon the executive domain. But at the same time, he kept government and its officials on toes in the matter of genuine public interest and never hesitated in cracking whips against high and mighty found on the wrong side of law. Recently, your Lordship presided over steam bench of Supreme Court, delivered the landmark judgment on Jhudpi Jungle lands in Vidarbha, striking a crucial balance between environmental conservation and the right of local communities, thereby setting a precedent of sustainable and equitable jurisprudence. Earlier, as a distinguished judge of the Bombay High Court, your verdict in the Shregaon Devasthan case upheld the sanctity of faith while ensuring procedural fairness. It stood as a testament to your deep reverence for both tradition and justice, reflecting your sensitivity to the culture and spiritual fabric of our society. In your pivotal intervention to safeguard MBBS seats at Indira Gandhi Government Medical College in Vidarbha, your Lordship not only secured crucial educational opportunities for aspiring doctors, but also instilled renewed hope across the region. It was not merely about seats, it was about nurturing dreams, empowering youth, and strengthening the healthcare infrastructure of an entire region. These judgments are far more than legal pronouncements. They are a reflection of your deep compassion, empathy, and unwavering commitment to justice. In your hands, justice is not a distant command, but a living force, firm, fair, and full of heart. Your Lordship has also played a vital role in shaping the Maharashtra National Law University alongside Honorable Justice Sharad Bobde, former Chief Justice of India, and Honorable Shri Justice V.S. Sirpurkar. This contribution has left an enduring mark on legal education and the future of jurisprudence in our country. Your elevation to the highest judicial office was not just a personal milestone, but a moment of pride for Hcba and the entire legal fraternity. A large number of lawyers and well-wishers from across the nation, especially from Vidarbha, gathered in Delhi to witness and celebrate the swearing-in ceremony, which shows an overwhelming gesture of respect, admiration, and affection. In your Lordship's view, justice is not a privilege of the few, but a right of all. It must be delivered in a way that respects both individual dignity and the collective good. This deep commitment to socio-economic equity and judicial reform is what makes Justice Gavai is not just a learned judge, but a visionary leader who carries forward the ideas of Constitution with both courage and compassion. On behalf of High Court Bar Association, we offer our heartfelt congratulations as you begin this new and historic chapter as the Honorable Chief Justice of India. I offer my personal respect and gratitude. May your tenure continue to inspire the spirit of justice in every corner of the country. Once again, I thank each one of you for being a part of this momentous occasion. May the ideals and values reflected today continue to guide us in our service to justice and society. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Advocate Pandey, for your address. Many of our members of the bar have had the good fortune to not only appear before my Lord Justice Gawai, but also to oppose his lordship at the bar when he was practicing at Nagpur. Many of us share fond recollections about his lordship, his warmth, and his persona. Today, we would be delighted to hear from a few senior members their memories and reminiscences about my Lord Justice B.R. Gavai. At the outset, I invite Senior Advocate Mr. Firdoz Mirza to speak a few words.
My Lord, Shri Bhushan Gawai, the Chief Justice of India, I Sahib, I got only 3 minutes, so if I am pardoned, the dignitaries on the dais, and the dignitaries of the dais. If I need to address Milord, I'll read a couplet. कि तेरे कदमों से रोशनी फैलती जाती, तेरे कदमों से रोशनी फैलती जाती, इंसानियत की डूबती कश्ती संभलती जाती. Friends, I migrated to Nagpur in 2003. And Milord was elevated the same year. But at that time, he was a government pleader. And the last PIL he opposed or appeared as government pleader, in that I was appearing for the petitioner. In my own district, that is Yautmal district, it was reported that around 200 kolams have died. So I was requesting the court to take action against the officers for that unnatural death that was reported to be starvation death. My Lord called me to his chamber and said this, look, those officers needs to be punished. But what is required today is the immediate assistance to the Kolam tribe, that is primitive tribe, and therefore focus on that. So the first thing I learned in my very first year at High Court, that you need to focus on the targeted group which requires assistance from the courts. My Lords, I am indebted for that lesson. And I am happy to share our State Information Commissioner, Mr. Pandey, is there. He is witness to that. 30,000 Kolam families, those were not in the official records, were entered in the official records, got BPL, all benefits. Then the second lesson we learnt in Shegao project. While Shegao project, it was required to expand the premises of the mandir, as well as we were requiring a large space for parking. But there were encroachment of Matangwadi and Khalwadi area. That was on government land. I, as amicus, simply circulated a note before Milord that they don't have any right to stay there and we need this land. Milord said no. This would not be in equity to uproot these people. And by molding the relief, Milord caught hold the Sansthan, got the land donated, and 2 colonies were constructed there, and the encroachers became the house owners only by molding this relief by the Milord. Milord, later on we received, Justice Dangre is witness to that, when she was a government leader, around 200% came with a memorandum that as you have given us good houses, now we need TVs and sofas also. And another delegation came. They said that now as we have shifted to good colony, we are getting better matrimonial proposals for our children. So, Milord, this was the social justice. There are so many instances in all these PILs that I can mention, and that shows the face of justice, the angle at how the equity is to be judged and what was done by Milord. But while Milord at Mumbai was dealing with Hawker's case, Milord said that the rights of society are to be given preference over the individual rights and restrain the hawkers from unbridled hawking on the roads, footpaths, and that gave the daily commuters a space to walk upon. Milord, your recent judgment on bulldozers, that has given respite to the entire country, the underprivileged, the marginalized, from the tyranny of the oppressors sitting in the state chairs. Milords, the couplet you have used in that judgment, that reminds me that Milords' roots in the social circles, Milords' roots in the underprivileged people, Milords, the couplet says, अपना घर हो अपना आंगन हो, this was Kavi Pradeep, अपना घर हो अपना आंगन हो, इस ख्वाब में हर कोई जीता है, इंसान के दिल की यह चाहत है कि एक घर का सपना कभी न छूटे. This shows that though Milord have reached the pinnacle of or the fountainhead of our system, but still Milord remembers the problems faced by each poor person. I'll sum up with quoting a couplet in honor of Milord, that हक की राह पर चलता है न डगमगाए कभी, इंसाफ का ये दीवाना दिल को जीता सदा. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for revealing such a warm human side of my lord. Now I invite Senior Advocate Shri S.K. Mishra to address the gathering.
My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gawai, Justice B.R. Gawai. Now I will be maintaining the thing which my learned colleague just now has done with my Lord's permission. Without taking the names and wasting the time of the guest on the dais, I'll proceed by saying that guest on the dais and the honorable guest of the dais, my colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and personal joy to stand before you today to felicitate Chief Justice of India, Honorable Justice B.R. Gavai, someone who has been a guiding force in our lives and for me, a true friend, philosopher and guide. Sir, your journey through the corridors of law has been nothing short of extraordinary, with a career built on the foundation of integrity, insight, unwavering commitment to justice. You have not only interpreted law, but elevated its spirit. Your judgments have shaped legal thoughts, your reasoning has inspired generations, and your courtroom has always stood as a temple of fairness. But today, we are here not only to honor the robes you wear, but character you embody. Now, as I was asked to give my personal views, because I have seen my Lord as a lawyer right from the year 1991 and till today. So in these 35 years, how I know my lords, and especially Mr. Justice Bhushan Gawai, and I will again, without cutting short, to illustrate further things, I will describe him, which I know him from last 35 years, with a couplet that यूं तो जीने के लिए लोग जिया करते हैं, यूं तो जीने के लिए लोग जिया करते हैं, लाभ जीवन का नहीं फिर भी लिया करते हैं, अरे मौत के पहले मरते हजारों लेकिन जिंदगी उनकी जो सबके साथ जिया करते हैं, जो सबके साथ जिया करते हैं. My Lord, with respect I will say that you are living life and you are living with all of us, and therefore we are in debt to you. Now, my first interaction with my Lord, because I came to know him in the year 1991. Prior to that, I was not having any, I was not knowing him, to be very frank. And sir, I will remind you that we came very close to each other as a lawyers in the year 1993, when your lordship has an inspiring speech in the lawns of Hotel Trupti in the evening on the eve of the election of High Court Bar Association. And that showed a great quality in you of leadership. And from that day, we started working together in the bar and elections, and fortunately, with my Lord's help, we could win the election on all the candidates supported by us were got elected in the year 1993. His leadership quality continued, and he, with his able support, supporting me, fulfilled my desire to become the youngest president of the District Bar Association in the year 1996. Again, I aspired to become, I am specifically mentioning this. I requested my Lord that, my Lord, now I want to become the president of High Court Bar Association. He specifically told me that, Mr. Mishra, this year you don't contest. We want to create a history in our association by electing a lady president. To be very frank, I thought that I can win the election with my Sena. I didn't accepted his request and proceeded to contest the election. The result was I was defeated because my Lord was opposing me. And therefore I say, very frankly, that I was contesting independently with a pride that my Sena will win for me without Krishna with me. And therefore, my Krishna is my Lord and I was defeated is a fact. And thereafter, that was the year of 2003. My Lord was elevated in 2003. And therefore, thereafter, to be very frank, and everybody knows it, though I was very much interested in contesting election, but my Lord, you are aware that thereafter I didn't contest an election. Now also I don't have any intention to contest the election. Because my Krishna is not there to help me. Now thereafter I have seen him working as government leader. I'll definitely admit this fact, that at least in 46 years of my practice, to be very frank, I have not seen a government leader working the fashion in which Justice Gawai worked. We have seen, he has never tried to justify any orders which were illegal, non-justifiable, and he used to tell to the officers that you please withdraw the orders. And if the officer insisted that you go ahead with the matter, he used frankly tell to the court, sir, this order I can't justify, quash this order. Why this he was able to tell? Because he was not under the fear that he will lose his GP. He wanted that thing from his colleagues who were appearing for the government and for the public bodies. Now, here, my Lord Justice Nitin Samre, my Lord Justice Bharti Dangre, and fortunately, I was the Assistant Solicitor General when my Lord was heading a PIL jurisdiction. My Lord has fixed Wednesday as a PIL day, and he used to tell the government leader, the additional government leader, and the Assistant Solicitor General are to be here at 10:30 till the PIL roster, PIL board is not exhausted. Everybody was there. Now, I was there at that time appearing for both the planning authorities, having 20-25 cases. But I can say with pride that I didn't get any prasad from my Lord on the point that you have not studied the matter. Otherwise, we used to get lot of prasads from my Lord. But the way in which my Lord has handled the PIL jurisdiction, immense. Now, it has worked wonders for Nagpur. The flyovers, the widening of road, not only Nagpur, entire Vidarbh is benefited. And the highway, most particularly the Jabalpur highway, wherein my Lord has quashed an order passed by an NGT, which was subsequently challenged in Supreme Court and was upheld. I'll admit here and say that metro is a gift of my Lord to the Nagpur city. So I used to appear for metro and every hurdles were removed. Therefore, how the metro came in the city of Nagpur. So his working is immense. He has worked for the common people, and he always wanted that justice not only should be done, but it should reach to the common people. And he is still doing it as a judge. I will say, I'm exceeding some time, but I will say that he was never adamant. He used to change his view. Always used to change the view. I'm at the cost of exceeding my time. I'll be failing in my duty if I'm not able to tell it. That one matter in respect of development control rules was before my Lord. It was argued and it could not be finished. My Lord specifically said from the bench that Mr. Mishra, you are appearing for respondent, there is nothing, we are going to allow this petition. The court was adjourned because of short of time. It was kept day after tomorrow. Unfortunately, I had gone to Mumbai and I could not come to that day. My Lord took it left and right and said that Mr. Mishra is avoiding the bench. Ask him to be here. Fortunately, Now, my Lord Justice Dangre was the government pleader. He telephoned me and said that you immediately come. My Lord Justice Chandurkar was the other judge with my Lord Justice. Now, my Lord heard me for an hour. And do you know what was the order? My Lord said, petition dismiss, reasons to follow. That is what, yes. Therefore, now, I will conclude by saying that we have been inspired by your Lordship's presence only. Generations are inspired. And now to conclude, without taking further time, the inspiration which we have derived from my Lord can be said in a couplet. यह भी अगर मान लो ऊंची पर्वत की चोटी है, यह भी अगर मान लो ऊंची पर्वत की चोटी है, किंतु फावड़े के समक्ष धरती पर आकर लोटी है। यही इरादे साथ लिए हर संकट में तू बढ़ता जा, दुख की ऊंची दीवारों की उम्र बहुत ही छोटी है, उम्र बहुत ही छोटी है। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for bringing forth to all of us the divine side of my Lord Justice Gawai. I now invite Senior Advocate Shri Anand Jaiswal on stage to share his thoughts with us.
My Lord Justice Gawai, dignitaries on and off the dais, forgive me for not acknowledging everybody because of paucity of time. Today I wish to place before this August gathering my personal memories and observations, not as Justice Gawai, but as him as a person, not as a judge, but as a person and his development which led him to become an excellent government pleader and a judge par excellence. Let me take you back about 3 decades when we were juniors. The High Court Bar Association Nagpur was then a small body. The 2 annex buildings we see today were not there. There were only 2 bar associations, one in the library on the ground floor and one on the first floor. Besides that, there were some chambers on the ground floor, and of course Naidu's canteen, all of us would recollect that. Everybody knew everybody because the number was limited. At least the seniors knew us as belonging to somebody's office. So we used to interact with each other, all the juniors, quite a bit in the corridors and outside the court. In the early 1990s, once there was a buzz in the corridors. Why? Because a new lawyer had appeared in the corridors, a tall, lanky young man. We were told that he is the son of R.S. Gavai. R.S. Gavai even then was a very formidable persona in our politics. So we did not know what to expect from this person who is the son of R.S. Gavai. What we came to find is a person who had no airs about his background, a person who was very frank in his talk and spoke with a candor which was very rare for that time. He was not judgmental of anybody, nor did he have any fixated ideas about anything. What we found was a person with whom we would talk, not only about what was happening in court, but about everything, about our seniors, about bar politics, about the politics of the state, about forest, wildlife, so many things, everything under the sun. either in the corridors where we met, or in the canteen over a cup of tea, and on some occasions also in the evenings over something stronger than tea. What we really came to find was a true friend, and that has been cherished by all of us in all these years. Then came the responsibilities. The first responsibility which came was that of the government pleader. As Mr. Mishra has pointed out, he had a knack of looking at the matter not only from the government's point of view, but an overall point of view. And he would take a fair view of the matter, and I'm sure he must have faced a lot of pressure, but he never bowed under the pressure. This was a facet of his personality which came to fore only after this responsibility was brought upon him and he became the government pleader. Then, of course, came his elevation as a judge of the Bombay High Court, an occasion which we all celebrated. We were all happy that one amongst us has become a judge. His growth, I am speaking of his personality, his growth trajectory was phenomenal. He had the uncanny ability to sift the chaff from the grain and come to the truth. He had the ability to listen, not just listen, but understand and empathize. In my humble opinion, empathy is something which is most needed in a judge, because it is only with empathy that you can deliver true justice. And this was there in plenty. In a short while, my lord became a favorite of everybody, and especially I speak for the younger members of the bar at that time. They really enjoyed appearing before him because he encouraged them, he treated them as equals and made them work. He guided them and told them what to do. Now, after a very successful stint as a judge of the Bombay High Court, he was elevated truly deservingly to the Supreme Court of India. It was another occasion when the bar came together, the bar celebrated as one, and really took pride in the fact that one amongst us had now reached the highest court of the land. He carried with him the same demeanor by which he dispensed justice in the Bombay High Court and became known as one of the judges who would stand no nonsense but would deliver justice even in the Supreme Court. The loss of the juniors of Bombay became a gain of the nation. My lord, we have been privileged to watch your growth from a lawyer right up to the Supreme Court. And on this occasion, when your lordship has now adorned the highest seat of the land, on behalf of all your innumerable admirers, friends and well-wishers here in Nagpur, and on my own behalf, I wish you a glorious career, even more glorious than what it has been today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for speaking about such unknown facets of my lord's early career days. It is my privilege to invite Senior Advocate Shri Sunil Manohar to speak a few words.
Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Shri B.R. Gawai, Mrs. Gawai, Senior Mrs. Gawai, former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India, Shri Uday Lalit, Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court, My Lord Justice Datto, My Lord Justice Varai, My Lord Justice Chandurkar, Justice Samre, Justice Kilor, other sitting judges of the Bombay High Court, retired judges of the Bombay High Court, Honorable the Solicitor General of India, Honorable the Advocate General of India, President of the Bar, members of the Bar, and especially the junior members of the Bar. It's a golden moment today for the Nagpur Bar Association that we assemble here to honor and felicitate Justice Gawai for attaining the pinnacle of judicial career. As they say, higher than the highest, higher than whom none higher sat. My association with Justice Gawai goes back to 1987, as I recollect, when I met him for the first time on the steps of the Supreme Court of India. He was then a practicing lawyer at the Supreme Court of India. And we talked briefly, but since then, we developed a connection and a bonding which sustained till now. I won't call him a friend of mine, but we shared tremendous camaraderie and bonhomie amongst each other. Today, I propose to speak of Justice Gawai as a man I found him to be, shorn of all the ornamentations and trappings of the various posts he held. Anybody who would interact with Justice Gawai for a few minutes would realize that he has a very sharp intellect. And as a lawyer and as a judge, he had a robust grasp of the matter and an uncanny ability to go to the heart of the matter at once. But apart from that, his sterling quality was his fearlessness and courage. Considerations like what the bar would say, or what would be the public opinion, or what would the powers that may be would think about the judgments, never touched my Lord Justice Gawai. Apart from this quality, what I have personally experienced and the bar must have experienced is his total openness of mind. Till the last word was spoken. I would briefly cite an illustration. My Lord Justice Dangre, who was then a very able government pleader, and we were appearing for a matter for the government. It was a matter about appointment of a pro-vice chancellor. And after hearing the petitioners, Justice Gawai was so dead against us that for the first 5 to 10 minutes, all we had to face was a hostile monologue. Justice Dangre would remember, perhaps we were either looking down or looking at each other. And then after 10 minutes, Justice Gawai said, yes, go on, say what you want to say. Sharp as he was, within 20 minutes, he said that you seem to be right in law. But then he said, we would like to have a second opinion. One of the ablest lawyer was appointed as an amicus. He heard us again. And while he concluded what he spoke, the words still ring in my ears. He said, my views and my predispositions notwithstanding, the law must prevail. You have the judgment. It's not just about the openness of mind. But as I said, though he sits higher than the highest, he has himself put the rule of law above everything else. A sterling quality indeed. But the best quality of Justice Gawai which I found was his sincere desire to do justice. And it was very natural to him. He was a messiah whenever we saw him in Nagpur or in Bombay for those who were oppressed. And to paraphrase Edmund Burke, he could augur misgovernance at a distance, and he would sense injustice in every tainted breeze. We often hear and use the phrase ex debito justici as a date to justice. We hear it, we say it. I would say that my Lord Justice Gawai has lived it. Apart from these sterling qualities, on a personal note, one human quality which has been always endearing to me is that Justice Gawai never bore grudges. Now, as I said, we have been knowing each other for all these years, more than 35 years. And impulsive as I was, at times, at least I remember 2 occasions, I would walk up to Justice Gawai. Once even when he was a judge of the High Court, and I would say, no, judge, this doesn't seem to be right. I would confess I would not do it anymore, because age, if it doesn't bring wisdom, it at least brings timidity of disposition. But Justice Gawai, as he was, he never bore a grudge against me. It was not that he did not bear a grudge. He was not condescending. He did not say, okay, I forgive you. But it was so natural to him to understand that there could be people with different minds and different opinions. I am telling this particularly for the junior members of the bar. We know Justice Gawai quite well. And we know his qualities as a judge and qualities as a human being. But the junior members of the bar, if we want to pay a real tribute to Justice Gawai, we must try to imbibe these great qualities of Justice Gawai as a judge and as a human being. As I look at the watch, the time allotted to me by the President is already over. And at any rate, there is an old adage which particularly lawyers must remember, that if you cannot hold the audience captivated, at least don't hold them captive. I wish all the best to Justice Gawai. May God shower his choicest blessings. And I would say, my lords, don't keep the fork. Maybe the best is yet to come. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, the memories shared by you about my lord would inspire us juniors to work harder in an attempt to scale higher peaks. We are honored to welcome amongst us the learned Advocate General of Maharashtra, Shri Senior Advocate Dr. Birendra Saraf. Dr. Saraf's illustrious career, spanning over 3 decades, is a hallmark of his legal acumen and insight. Dr. Saraf has had many an opportunity to appear before His Lordship Shri Bhushan Gawai, both in the Bombay High Court as well as before the Apex Court. I now invite Dr. Birendra Saraf to kindly address the gathering.
Of India, Shri Bhushan Gawai, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is a real privilege and honor for me today to be a part of this event when the Nagpur bar, of which Justice Gawai is a product, gathers in such large numbers to celebrate the achievement of one amongst them who was one of their own. Because when one amongst us soars high in the sky, we all rise a little. When a bar gathers to celebrate the achievement of one of its members, one who walked the same corridors, who shared the journey of its members, their triumphs, and faced challenges with them, and also shared a collective dream, then that event is not merely a celebration of an individual's achievement. It is a proud moment for the entire community where each member feels as if the honor belongs to them, and each of them celebrates it with heart full and lifted spirits, and that is what I can really see today. In less than 5 years, this bar has given 2 Chief Justices of India, till today 3 Chief Justices of India, so many Supreme Court judges, High Court judges, and therefore before I felicitate Justice Gawai, I felicitate this bar, whose traditions and values have created stalwarts and icons in the profession. A society always needs icons, role models, individuals whose lives ignite hope and inspiration in others. The journey of Justice Gawai, from a modest childhood, studying on the floor of a Marathi medium municipal school, to occupying the highest judicial chair as the Chief Justice of India, motivates and encourages countless others. His life story demonstrates that determination, resilience, and hard work can overcome even the most formidable obstacles. For when a child in a municipal school sees someone like Justice Gawai reach such heights, it fans his or her dormant dream and reminds that kid that no height is beyond reach and no dream too distant. It serves as a living reminder that no goal is unreachable and no background too humble to achieve greatness. His journey proves that with unwavering resolve, barriers can be broken and destinies rewritten. Justice Gawai's elevation to the highest position in the Indian judiciary is, as many have said before me, a culmination of a career defined by public service, principled grounding, and a judicial outlook shaped by constitutional commitment and social reality. In him, the nation has a Chief Justice whose understanding of justice is firmly rooted in the ground realities of the society. He is acutely aware of the problems that exist at the grassroots, the hardships of the poor, the concerns of the working class, and the everyday battle of the vulnerable. But more than that, he feels their pain. It is not distant to him. It is something which he carries with quite empathy. Not as an outsider, but as someone who sees, understands, and cares. In his courtroom, law is not abstract. It breathes through the stories of people. As Mr. Mirza quoted poet Pradeep, which Justice Gawai had quoted in one of his recent judgments, and to highlight what a shelter means to a man, he said in that judgment, a house is an embodiment of the collective hopes of a family of individuals, stability and security. These are not mere words in a judgment. They are an emotion that express the dream, the aspiration, and the vulnerability of a common man. It is apparent that he wasn't merely delivering a judgment. He was speaking for every person to whom the roof above the head is the most precious. And how does he manage to remain so connected? Heights often create distances. But Justice Gawai never allowed that to happen. Title and position never came in the way of his simplicity and the sense of connection. His doors were always open to lawyers, not out of a sense of obligation, but out of a genuine desire to understand their struggles and support their growth. In a world where power often isolates, Justice Gawai always made his position a bridge and not a high pedestal. I have seen Justice Gawai in so many gatherings of lawyers. I've seen him today afternoon also, and you all have seen him. He knows the name of just about everyone, every lawyer, every staff member. He's addressing them by their names. To someone, he's inquiring about the health of his or her mother. To the other person, the education of the child. To the third person, whether his brother got a job. Now, if such a person doesn't have followers and admirers like this crowd sitting here, and if such a person is not respected, who else will? And this is what gives him the connection with the society. And this is what his simplicity is. In many PILs, as they said, Justice Gawai took up various causes and even took up lawyers' causes in suo motu PILs. In around 2014, when he found that government leaders were not getting their due remuneration, he took up a cause in a suo motu PIL and passed orders which ensured that government leaders get their due remuneration, that they get what is due to them. How many judges would really do this? And I must say one thing, that to keep one's door open in the seat of justice is not just an informal indulgence. It is an act of moral courage. It reflects a judge's unshakable faith and in the purity of his own intent and the transparency of his judicial conduct. And that is what Justice Gawai is. He has the courage of his conscience to remain connected. Quoting Hindi couplets seem to be the flavor of the day. So, to describe Justice Gawai, I will also try and quote a Hindi couplet to describe Justice Gawai. ऊंचे पद पर बैठे पर जमीन से जुड़े रहे, हर दुख हर दर्द को वो गहराई से समझते गए. And another one, दिल में हो करुणा, हाथों में शक्ति, ऐसे ही लोग बदलते हैं सृष्टि. Thank you very much for indulging me, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saraf. As you have rightly pointed out, this is exactly how many of us juniors still remember my Lord Justice Gawai. Such fond memories and warm experiences with his lordship, with every single person he comes across.
It is indeed an honor to welcome Shri Tushar Mehta, learned Solicitor General of India, whose distinguished role as the nation's second highest law officer is matched by his poised advocacy, constitutional insight, and ability to represent the Union with clarity, dignity, and an unwavering sense of public responsibility before the highest courts. I now respectfully invite him to address this august gathering.
Adarniya Kamlatai ji, my Lord, the Chief Justice of India, Honorable Judges, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais. सबसे पहले तो ये जो सम्मान समारोह हो रहा है वो ना ही चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के पद का सम्मान है, ना ही गवाई साहब उस पद पे बैठे हैं उसका सम्मान है. कमलाताई, ये वाकई में आपका सम्मान है. मैं गुजरात से आता हूं और गुजरात में महाराजा छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की बहुत सारे फोक सॉन्ग्स और फोकलोर्स गाए जाते हैं, सुनाए जाते हैं, रिपीट किए जाते हैं। उसमें एक बात यह आती है कि छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के बाद उस कद का कोई राजा महाराष्ट्र में या कहीं और क्यों जन्म नहीं ले सका। तो जिस कवि ने ये कविता बनाई है वो खुद उसका जवाब देता है कि ये इसलिए नहीं हो सका कि कोई और जीजाबाई नहीं बन पाई। सबसे पहले मैं ताई आपका सम्मान करूंगा और फिर अपनी बात आगे बढ़ाऊंगा। फ्रेंड्स, all of you know Justice Gavai much more than I know, because I have started knowing him only from the stage where he was a judge, a puny judge of the Bombay High Court, thereafter a judge of the Supreme Court of India, and thereafter as the Chief Justice of India. But one thing has come out very strikingly. Justice Gawai remained the same when I met him for the first time at Ahmedabad, at Delhi airport, when he was a puny judge of this court, and even after becoming the Chief Justice of India, he remains the same. Today is in fact the felicitation of several things. When a person takes birth in a family which is not a privileged family, he faces several complications, several issues, several challenges which requires endurance. Today is the felicitation of that endurance of a child who had everything to feel negative about life, but he endured everything. And therefore, this is also a felicitation of the confidence which is required of a child who is not a privileged child to make his mark in the field which is a raw field for him. Today, late Ramkrishna Gawai ji would be feeling very proud, happy and contented that a first generation lawyer with everything against him could overcome everything against him and could reach the highest position. Friends, it is not difficult to be humble. There are many humble people amongst us also. There are many people who are humble, and this was an episode in the life of Chandragupta Maurya and Chanakya. Chandragupta Maurya used to admire one particular lieutenant, the chief of the army, for his humbleness. And Chandragupta Maurya asked that maybe you are a little biased towards him, because there are many people who are very humble, many people have humility at their command. What is so special about this person? The Chanakya very aptly replies that he had everything not to be humble about, and still he is humble. If you are at the top of your career, then being humble is a choice, or being humble is a part of your upbringing. We have seen people in high offices where humbleness is either a choice as a hypocrisy, or it is a part of your personality, your part of your persona, that you are the same person whether someone meets you in your residence, someone meets you on the street, someone sees you sitting on the dais, or someone hears you in public lectures. For Justice Gawai, humbleness is a part of his persona. It's not a part of his choice. It comes naturally. It's not a part of his hypocrisy. I'll not take much time. I fully agree with Manohar Saab that if you cannot keep the audience captivated, don't at least keep them captive. Today I have decided not to cite any Hindi or Urdu couplet. But now the previous speakers before me have instigated me. So I'll cite a couplet which is written by Bahadur Shah Zafar, the last of the Mughal emperors. He was known more as a shair than as a king, because his reign used to run only between Lal Killa. It was not beyond that. Whatever, that's not relevant. He has defined a person. What is an ideal person? Ideal person in the position of power. And I'll recite it first and then translate it. Not that you may not be knowing about the words, but some words may not be very familiar. He says, Zafar आदमी उनको न जानिएगा, वो चाहे कितना भी हो साहिबे फहमो ज़फ़ा. I'll translate. जिसे ऐश में यादे खुदा न रही और जिसे तैश में खौफे खुदा न रहा. He says, Zafar, don't treat a person in the high office, Sahib Fahmo Zafa, as a human being when jise ऐश में यादे खुदा न रही, when he is progressing, when he has everything, he has forgotten God. और जिसे तैश में खौफे खुदा न रहा, when he is doing some injustice, he is not afraid of God. I can say with confidence, and not to please the Chief Justice of India, but to really share my personal view that Justice Gawai has both the capacities, Yade Khuda, when he is progressing, and Khaufe Khuda, which prevents him from doing any injustice to any individual. Friends, I am really thankful to the Bar Association for giving me this opportunity to sit along with such a galaxy of stalwarts, the Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court, Honorable the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, and Honorable Judges of this court. I'm sure that it's not my capacity to otherwise share a dais with them, but for the opportunity given by the Bar Association, and I express my heartfelt thanks to all of them. I thank all of you for listening to me and bearing with me with patience. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, humility and compassion are two of the many facets of my Lord which we would do well to emulate in our lives. Honorable Shri Justice Anil Kilor needs no introduction to Nagpur. Indeed, we consider my Lord as a part of our family. My Lord has been a resolute pillar of strength to the Nagpur Bar, always being there for us with a smile, and undeniably, his valuable contribution to the High Court edifice has left an indelible mark to our beloved poem in stone. I request His Lordship to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable dignitaries, respected judges, learned members of the bar, dear colleagues and cherished friends. There are moments in a professional life where time seems to slow down. Not because there is less to do, but because you find yourself in the presence of someone whose life and work command your undivided attention. For me, and I believe for many in this hall, tonight is such a moment. Since the day I stepped into the noble profession, it did not take me long to understand why it carries the prefix noble. It wasn't the laws or the titles that taught me that. It was the people I had the privilege to observe and learn under. They showed me what nobility truly means,
This profession gives such gentlemen a platform to become the luminaries they are, and what to do, they do in return. They give back by adding nobility to the very profession that raised them. And though my eyes I can with pride, I have been a spectator to illustrate journey of Justice Gawai, or rather to a journey that itself added the prefix noble, this profession. Tonight, this stage will be graced by many legal luminaries, each with more experience and eloquence that I can claim. They will share insight into the mind and heart of the chief. But allow me, if only briefly, to still his moment, and not with the ambition to match their oratory, but to humble offer personal note, one that speaks not from a podium, but from the heart. Usually, felicitation events are organized by people outside one's family. But today, what makes this gathering special is that everyone in this hall feels as they are felicitating their Kutumba Pramukh. This deep sense of connection comes from such genuine care and concern for others. He has extended help to thousands without seeking anything in return, something only a true Kutumba Pramukh would do. In that sense, this isn't a formal event, it's a family celebration, held by people who feel a deep bond with someone who has touched their life and hearts. And for that reason, this ceremony is truly exceptional. He has always believed in one simple but powerful principle. If you cannot help someone, at the very least, do not harm them. His life has been guided by humanity, always trying to bring hope and smiles to the faces of those who are voiceless, oppressed, or forgotten by society. He is a true protector of the Constitution. He works to give real meaning to its words and to ensure that even the last person, the one who may not even know his or her basic rights, is not left behind. And despite all his achievements and the great heights he has reached, his feet have always stayed firmly on the ground. That humility, along with his sense of justice and compassion, is what makes him truly special. On a personal note, I want to say something that comes straight from the heart. Whatever I am today, whatever little I have achieved, whatever values I hold close, his contribution in shaping me is greater than anyone else. From my very first step in the legal field, he has been more than just a mentor. He has been a guide, a role model, and a silent strength behind me. He never imposed anything, but through his action, through the ways he lived his life, I learned what it means to be committed to justice, to serve with compassion, and to stand with integrity. During those early days of practice, one thing stood out clearly. He always valued people more than money. He never turned anyone away, whether they had money, no money, or a little. What matters to him was the person, not their pocket. His words, his choices, his way of treating people, they taught me lessons I could never find in books. And those lessons continue to shape me every single day. For that, I will always remain deeply grateful to him. In the world that often forgets kindness and humility, he reminds us what true leadership looks like: grounded, compassionate, and courageous. Today, we don't just celebrate his achievements, we celebrate the person he is. May his journey continue to inspire us all to lead with heart, to serve with purpose, and to stand up for those who cannot stand for themselves. This is more than a felicitation. This is the moment of reflection, gratitude, and inspiration for each one. Thank you, sir, for being who you are. We are better because of you. I conclude with Mahatma Gandhi's saying, I quote, "The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others." I unquote. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord, for your kind words. We are honored by the presence of Honorable Shri Justice Nitin Samre, Administrative Judge, Bombay High Court, Nagpur Bench, one of our most distinguished judge, whose judgments reflect clarity of thought, depth of legal understanding, and a steady commitment to justice, with his courtroom known for discipline, respectful dialogue, and balanced reasoning. I now request His Lordship to kindly address the gathering.
Chief Justice of India, Shri Justice Bhushan Gawai, dignitaries on the dais. This evening reminds me of a quote by the President of the Supreme Court Bar Association on the eve of retirement of last outgoing Chief Justice, Justice Khanna. And I quote, "Nation has gifted Justice B.R. Gavai, Chief Justice, to this institution." And I unquote. Sir, I remember my association with you really get back to 1989 when you shifted to Nagpur. And at that time, your acquaintance with former Chief Justice of India, Justice Bobde, prompted you to often visit his chamber or his home, with whom I was taking my lessons. I do remember that thereafter you have established a great practice, a great name, fame in this profession. And it's only upon insistence of Justice Bobde, you gave up that practice so as to add on the post of the government leader. It was not that you yourself were interested or you intend to have that post. But after you got an opportunity to work as a government leader, everybody, each member of the bar who have witnessed your work as a government leader, the facelift that you have brought to the office of government leader, the glory which you have taken to, the government leader office's glory which you have taken to a greater height, is witnessed by each of us. And I must share certain experiences about your working in the government leader office. I remember, sir, one of your law officer, against or after whom the then Chief Secretary was, asking not only the Law Secretary, but also the Advocate General and yourself, sir, as a government leader, to discontinue him for his failure to present a case as was desired by him before the court. Initially, you tried to conceal the issue, and then you put his foot down. If you want to remove my competent law officer who has done or who has not conducted anything wrong in the matter, then you have to first remove me, or else I'll resign and then only you can remove him from that post. This spineful stand of yours has given a great courage as to how a law officer in the office of government leader should conduct himself. We still remember, sir, we are witness to certain matters wherein you had courage to tell the court that this is not the correct position of law, and if not, and in case if the court has directed or passed an adverse order, such orders you have got stayed from the Supreme Court in just a couple of days, wherein the removal of slum dwellers was ordered. So your initial schooling in almost like a semi-slum area in Marathi medium never acted as a hurdle in your growth in this profession or otherwise. I must say and we share this in event with pride that whether you studied in a Marathi medium Jilla Parishad or a corporation school, or that you studied in your College of Law at Amravati, hardly acted as an impediment in your growth in this profession. The invites that you got from the international universities like Harvard, Oxford, or even Cambridge, and your speeches delivered at such an international level has not only taken this association, this High Court, but also our apex court to a great pinnacle. The recognition, the laurels that you have brought to this institution is a living example for each of us as to how the hurdles that each of us faces in our life should not act as an impediment anymore. Sir, you always remained as an inspiring personality for each of us, whether a lawyer or a judge. थोडक्यात सांगायचं झालं तर आजही आम्हाला कानपिसक्या बसत राहतात मधून मधून. कधीतरी मध्ये फोन येतो साहेबांचा आणि सांगतात, अरे त्या मोठ्या साहेबांना सांग त्यांचा कंडक्ट जरा कोर्टात बरोबर नाहीये, मणिपूरला आणि बाकी ठिकाणी जागा रिकामी आहे, थोडं समजव त्याला. सर, these your assertions, these your inputs really matters much for us and makes us to think that of course as a judge we are also human being and we are committing something wrong while conducting ourselves, and always you give us an opportunity to correct ourselves. We have seen very few gurus like this, and I must say that whatever I am today, whether as a lawyer, whether as a secretary of the High Court Bar Association, or as a government leader or judge of the Bombay High Court, I owe a lot to you and Justice Bobde in my life. Sir, we are really proud of you of adorning this office. So we all of us, including my brother and sister judges, we wish you a great career ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my lord. Indeed, there are men and women who make the world a better place just by being a part of it. Honorable Shri Justice Alok Aradhe, the Honorable the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, has always supported the bar at Nagpur in all its ventures. In his short span at the Bombay High Court, His Lordship has endeared himself to the members of the bar with his calm demeanor and patient hearing my Lord grants to the lawyers. We at Nagpur always look forward to His Lordship's visits. I invite my Lord to kindly deliver his address.
Honorable Mr. Justice Bhushan R. Gawai, the Chief Justice of India, dignitaries on and off the dais, members of the legal fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. The Nagpur Bar Association, renowned for its exceptional contribution to legal fraternity, has been a nurturing ground for some of the finest legal minds in the country. Today, we have gathered here to celebrate one of its most distinguished members, Honorable Mr. Justice Gavai, 52nd Chief Justice of India. Honorable the Chief Justice of India's journey in law is inspiring and instructive. His journey cannot be captured merely through biographic data. It is through his words spoken or written that the contours of his judicial soul become visible. Let's turn first to Justice Gavai's judgment, which reveal his true personality. In Ashwin Kumar Upadhyay versus Union of India, Justice Gavai cautioned the judicial overreach. His observations were simple yet profound, and I quote, Democracy survives when each organ of the state performs its functions within its own sphere, respecting the sanctity of the constitutional mandate, unquote. In Indian Medical Association versus Union of India, Justice Gavai emphasized, and I quote, regulation must not become strangulation. At the same time, professional freedom must not become a shield for irresponsibility, unquote. His views, as reflected through his judgments, reveal a judge who weighs rights and responsibilities with judicial temperance, always rooted in public interest. A judge's speeches outside the courtroom are often revealing. In numerous public addresses, Justice Gavai has offered reflection that blend legal depth with human insight. Addressing a convocation at National Law University, he told young graduates that law is not a ladder to success, it is a bridge to service. Use it not to climb over others, but to connect those left behind. This statement reflects his personality that is grounded, idealistic, and ethically charged. He has repeatedly emphasized that law must be a tool for equity and not privilege. Justice Gavai believes in judicial discipline and avoids judicial adventurism. He is advocate of advancement of constitutional values with subtlety and strength. He is a listener, a judge who lets the bar speak freely, hearing the arguments with patience and with empathy, especially in the matter of social justice, but never lets personal sentiments ride over legal reasoning. Justice Gavai, through his judgments and public discourse, has quietly but powerfully affirmed that the role of judge is not to dominate but to serve. Let us celebrate not only the title he holds but the values which he embodies. I thank the High Court Bar Association Nagpur for organizing this program and giving me the opportunity to participate in it. Thank you.
Lord. Indeed, my Lord Justice Gavai is a true embodiment of the words that opportunities don't happen but are created. We are truly privileged to have amongst us Honorable Shri Justice Atul Chandorkar, Judge, Supreme Court of India, whose courtroom presence has always been marked by calmness, patience, and a deep commitment of fairness. His Lordship is especially admired by the younger members of the bar, not only for the clarity of his judicial reasoning, but also for the respectful and encouraging atmosphere he fosters in his courtroom. With great respect, I invite Honorable Shri Justice Atul Chandorkar to share his words with us on this special occasion.
Honorable Chief Justice of India, Shri Bhushan Gawai, the former Chief Justice of India, Shri Lalit, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and distinct honor to be present and also to witness today's grand felicitation ceremony organized by the High Court Bar Association to celebrate the appointment of Shri Bhushan Gawai as the 52nd Chief Justice of India. Your presence in such large numbers, coupled with your enthusiasm, clearly demonstrates the profound love and affection that the High Court Bar Association has for the Honorable Chief Justice of India. I too have a feeling of homecoming today. The High Court Bar Association has always been vigilant and proactive in protecting human rights and values. It has ensured that its members are provided with all necessary assistance and facilities to enable them to serve the cause of justice. Justice Gawai continues to be a member of the High Court Bar Association even today. I may also claim with pride that I too have been a member of this esteemed association. The chief guest of today's felicitation ceremony, Shri Lalit, the former Chief Justice of India, also has deep-rooted bonds with Nagpur. Members would fondly recollect his visits to the bench at Nagpur prior to his elevation and even thereafter. It can therefore safely be said that today's celebration has a true Nagpur flavor. It is thus a celebration by Nagpur, of Nagpur, and at Nagpur. Many of us have been fortunate to have seen and known the Honorable Chief Justice of India, initially as a budding lawyer, then as an effective government leader, thereafter as a people's judge, and last but not the least, as a great human being. I consider myself very fortunate to have been closely associated with him in various capacities. I distinctly remember the numerous cases in which he has effectively defended the state when its actions were challenged in the court of law. In the matter involving eviction of hutment dwellers, at a short notice, he, with his persuasive skills before the Supreme Court, ensured that these hutment dwellers were saved the trouble of eviction. The various steps taken by him to revamp the government leader's office ensured that it functioned smoothly. It not only resulted in producing effective government advocates, but also gave us notable bar judges, most of whom are present here today. His contribution on the judicial side, while at Nagpur, has also been significant. One may refer to the orders passed in various public interest litigations, such as construction of highways through the forest land without disturbing the green cover, steps taken for protecting the Lonar Lake, and also development of Shri as a religious and tourist place. He ensured continuous follow-up so as to seek resolution of various civic issues at Shri. A visit to the holy town now reveals the positive impact that judicial orders can have in ensuring systematic town planning and development. One can see the comfort and convenience now available to devotees visiting the place, while at the same time resolving local issues affecting its residents. In issues concerning larger public interest, he has played a proactive role, keeping the interests of the common man in the forefront. His useful contribution continues at the Supreme Court as part of the Green Bench that ensures effective solutions and remedial measures in environmental issues across the country. His decisions dealing with various constitutional issues, including as member of the Constitution Bench, are also notable. The concept of permissibility of subclassification within scheduled castes and scheduled tribes has opened new vistas to serve the principle of inclusiveness. The list goes on and on, thus indicating a commitment to true constitutional values and principles. On a personal note, I may confess that I have gained a lot while sharing the bench with him in the High Court, whether it be on the criminal assignment or a civil assignment. My first criminal assignment at Nagpur in the High Court was with Justice Gavai. Having practiced mostly on the civil side, Justice Gawai took out time to ensure that I understood the various niceties of criminal jurisprudence. It was a learning experience for me in patience and guidance. I am sure those who have shared the bench with him have had similar experiences. Justice Gavai has been rightly called a complete judge. He does not hesitate to reconsider his earlier view if a case in that regard has been made out. With all humility, I may only say that he has lived up to his name and has proved that he indeed is a Bhushan in its true sense. I once again thank the High Court Bar Association, Nagpur, for having invited me at this felicitation ceremony. I wish each one of you all the very best for future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord, for your enlightening words about the Honorable the Chief Justice of India from the other side of the bar, that is the bench. My Lord Justice P.B. Varare was a cherished part of the Nagpur legal circles before his Lordship's elevation to the Supreme Court. We at Nagpur fondly remember my Lord's ever-smiling and composed nature and the gentle manner in which his lordship encouraged the junior members of the bar to appear before him. My lord has had a long association with my Lord Justice Gavai as a judge of the High Court as well as the Apex Court. It is therefore our good fortune that he is present amongst us today. I request my Lord to kindly address the gathering.
अद्यापही सूर्याला माझा सराव नाही, अद्यापही पुरेसा हा खोल गाव नाही, येथे पिसून माझे काळीज बैसलो मी, आता भल्या भल्यांच्या हातात डाव नाही, ओठी तुझ्यानं आले अद्याप नव माझे, अन ओठ शोधण्याचा माझा स्वभाव नाही. या अजरामर ओळी लिहिणाऱ्या, अमरावतीचे सुपुत्र असणाऱ्या, ज्यांच्या नावाने हे सभागृह आहे आणि आपण इथे जमलो आहोत, त्या सुरेश भटांचं आदरपूर्वक स्मरण. व्यासपीठावर विराजमान भारताच्या सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाचे सरन्यायाधीश आदरणीय भूषण रामकृष्ण गवई सर, मातोश्री आईसाहेब कमलताई गवई, आदरणीय ललित सर, जशी सुरुवातीला सूचना दिली गेली त्याप्रमाणे विस्तार भयास्तव विचारमंचावरील इतर मान्यवरांचं आणि या सभागृहात उपस्थित असलेल्या मान्यवर अतिथी अभ्यागतांचं नाव हे घेणार नाही, त्याबद्दल मी आपली मनापासून दिलगिरी व्यक्त करतो. पण मला माहिती आहे आणि आपणही पाहिलं असेल की विचारमंचावरील ही मंडळी किती उंच आहेत, आणि जेव्हा मी म्हणतो ती उंच आहेत तेव्हा ती केवळ त्यांची शारीरिक उंची नाही, तर त्यांची बौद्धिक उंची ही आभाळाला ठेंगणं वाटेल इतकी मोठी आहे, आणि त्यामुळे त्यांच्यासमोर मी खूप लहान आहे याची मला जाणीव आहे. पण आपण जी मला ही संधी दिली आणि आज हे माझं भाग्य आहे की आदरणीय गवई साहेबांच्या या सत्कार सोहळ्यात मला सहभागी होता आलं, आणि म्हणून मी आज आपल्यासमोर उभा आहे आणि माझ्या भावना मांडणार आहे. खरंच आज सोनियाचा दिनू आहे. मेहता साहेबांनी उल्लेख केला, दादासाहेबांचा उल्लेख केला, आणि दादासाहेब जरी आज आपल्याबरोबर शरीररूपाने नसले तरी त्यांनी केलेलं ऐतिहासिक कार्य हे आपल्यासाठी नाही तर येणाऱ्या पिढ्यांसाठी देखील संस्मरणीय आहे, आणि म्हणून त्या कार्याच्या रूपाने ते आपल्यासोबत आहे. आईसाहेब आज आपल्यासोबत आहेत, आणि माऊलींच्या शब्दात सांगायचं तर आजचा दिवस म्हणजे अगदी मोगरा फुलला, मोगरा फुलला, फुले वेचिता बहरू कलियासी आला, इवलेसे रोप लावियले द्वारी, वेलू तयाचा गेला गगनावरी, वेलू तयाचा गेला गगनावरी, असा हा दिवस आहे. मित्रहो, आज आपण कदाचित नकळत असेल, अजाणतेपणाने असेल, पण आजचा हा दिवस निवडला हाही एक मोठा ऐतिहासिक योगायोग आहे असं मला वाटतं. आपल्यापैकी काहींना कल्पना असेल, काहींना नसेल, पण आजच्या दिवसाचं वैशिष्ट्य आज 28 जून आणि आजच्याच दिवशी ग्रेज इनने डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांना बॅरिस्टर इन लॉ ही पदवी दिली होती. गवई साहेब नुकतेच 5 जूनला ग्रेज इनला गेले होते, आणि ग्रेज इनला भाषण करताना गवई साहेब असं म्हणाले की इट इज सोलली ड्यू टू द लीगल due to the visionary framework of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar by his constitution that a person like me with a humble beginning, studied in a municipality school, grown up in a family
facing challenges could aspire and could attain the highest position in the judiciary. आणि म्हणून आजचा हा दिवस आपण निवडला. हे अजाणतेपणी जरी झाला असेल तरी हा एक मोठा ऐतिहासिक दिवस आपण निवडला आहे, ऐतिहासिक क्षण आपण निवडला आहे. याबद्दलही मी आपलं मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. मित्रहो, सरांच्या विषयी अनेक वक्त्यांनी आपल्या भावना व्यक्त केल्या आणि खरं तर खूप काही बोलता येण्यासारखं आहे, खूप स्मृती आहेत. पण आज सरांना आपल्याला ऐकायचं आहे. सर आपलं मनोगत आपल्यासमोर मांडतील. इतर वक्तेही आहेत. मी फक्त काही गोष्टींचा उल्लेख करेन. बहुतेक सगळ्या वक्त्यांनी सरांच्या एका पैलूबद्दल आवर्जून उल्लेख केला आणि तो म्हणजे त्यांच्या ठायी असलेली मानवी मूल्यांविषयीची संवेदना आणि जेव्हा केव्हा प्रसंग येईल तेव्हा त्या प्रसंगी मदतीला धावून जाण्याचा त्यांचा स्वभाव. अनेक उदाहरणं अनेक वक्त्यांनी दिली. मला असं वाटतं, मी जसं कालही म्हणालो की तथागतांच्या या त्रिसूत्रीचं त्यांनी आत्मसात केलेलं आहे आणि त्याचं आचरणही केलं आहे, प्रज्ञाशील आणि करुणा. आणि हे मदतीला धावून जाणं ही समाजातील कुठल्याही व्यक्तीविषयी, मग त्या व्यक्तीवर होत असलेल्या अन्यायात त्या प्रसंगी त्यांची धावून जाण्याची वृत्ती, हा मला वाटतं त्यांच्यातला सगळ्यात मोठा गुण आहे. आणि तुकाराम महाराजांच्या शब्दात सांगायचं तर कळवळ्याची ऐसी जाती करी लाभावी न प्रीती. कळवळ्याची ऐसी जाती करी लाभावी न प्रीती, जे की आपल्या पुत्र आणि पुत्रासी तेच आपल्या दास आणि दासी. अशा पद्धतीचा हा भाव सरांच्या मध्ये आहे आणि हे त्यांचं वैशिष्ट्य त्यांना इतरांपेक्षा वेगळं करत असतं. जसं सांबरे साहेबांनी सांगितलं की ते म्हणजे सांबरे साहेब म्हणाले तसं मीही साहेबांच्या या स्नेहास पात्र झालो हे मला नेहमी माझं भाग्य वाटतं. मी असं नेहमी मानतो की माझ्यापेक्षाही अनेक गुणवंत, अनेक पात्र मंडळी असतील, आमच्या न्यायव्यवस्थेत असतील. पण सर काल म्हणाले की कधीकधी नियती चा मोठा भाग अशा पद्धतीने तुमच्या आयुष्यात असतो. मला असं वाटतं माझ्यासाठी माझी नियती म्हणजे सरांच्या स्नेहास मी प्राप्त झालो हीच माझी नियती होती आणि त्याच्यामुळेच जे काही या पदरात दान पडलं ते सरांच्या त्या स्नेहामुळे पडलं, ही माझी भावना आहे. मित्रहो, सरांच्या विषयी मी फक्त आता एक सांगेन आणि थांबेन. मला माहीत नाही, आपण एक पुस्तक आहे जे लिहिलं आहे आमचे मुंबई उच्च न्यायालयाचे माजी न्यायमूर्ती, माझ्या वडिलांचे स्नेही न्यायमूर्ती नरेंद्र चपळगावकर यांनी. 3 न्यायमूर्ती आणि त्यांचा काळ त्यांनी लिहिलेलं आहे. हे न्यायमूर्ती महादेव गोविंद रानडे, न्यायमूर्ती काशीनाथ त्र्यंबक तेलंग आणि न्यायमूर्ती चंदावरकर यांच्याविषयी. आणि महादेव गोविंद रानडेंविषयी लिहिताना न्यायमूर्ती चपळगावकरांनी लिहिलं की ब्रिटिश राजवटीत साधारणत ब्रिटिशांची उच्च न्यायालयाचे न्यायमूर्ती, न्यायाधीश आणि सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाचे न्यायाधीश म्हणून नेमणुका होत असत. स्वातंत्र्यानंतर जेव्हा भारतीय न्यायाधीशांच्या नेमणुका सुरू झाल्या तेव्हा त्यासाठी न्यायमूर्ती हे गौरव दर्शवणारं उपनाम वापरलं गेलं. पण महादेव गोविंद रानडे हे असे न्यायमूर्ती होते की ज्यांच्या निवडीमुळे या उपनामाचाच गौरव झाला. मला असं वाटतं गवई साहेबांच्या बद्दलही हेच उद्गार मी काढले तर ती कुठली अतिशयोक्ती ठरणार नाही. आणि म्हणून मी असं म्हणतो की आज हा जो सगळा सभागृहात आलेला आपला श्रोतृवंद आहे किंवा आपण सर्व आहात, हा प्रत्येकजण या भावनेने आलेला आहे की आज सरांनी हे जे मोठं पद, उच्च पद हा भूषवत आहेत, हे माझ्या घरातलं कुणीतरी, माझ्या जवळचं कुणीतरी ह्या पदावर आसीन होत आहे. आणि म्हणून जसं कालही मी म्हणालो की जेव्हा सरांची निवड झाली तेव्हा त्या निवडीचं स्वागत हे अगदी आसेतू हिमाचल झालं. समाजातील कुठल्याही वर्गातील कुणीही प्रतिनिधी असो, श्रमिक असो, विचारवंत असोत, वैद्यकीय क्षेत्रातली मंडळी असोत, कुठल्याही क्षेत्रात ज्यांचा न्याय क्षेत्राशी फार क्वचित संबंध येत असेल, या देशातला कुठलाही भाग असेल, मग तो अगदी दक्षिणेकडचा भाग असेल किंवा अतिपूर्वेकडचा भाग असेल, त्या प्रत्येक भागात सरांची निवड ही अत्यंत सकारात्मक पद्धतीने लोकांना असं वाटलं की ही आपल्या माणसाची निवड आहे. आणि म्हणून मी परवा औरंगाबादला असं म्हटलं होतं की ज्या पद्धतीने राजर्षी शाहू महाराजांना आपण आदराने लोकांचा राजा म्हणतो, त्याच पद्धतीने आदरणीय न्यायमूर्ती गवई साहेबांना लोकांचे न्यायमूर्ती असं त्यांना प्रेमाने दिलेलं नाव आहे आणि ते अत्यंत सार्थ आहे. त्यांनी पदाची सूत्र घेतल्यावर अनेक उत्तम प्रकारचे असे निर्णय घेतलेले आहेत. यापुढेही ते भविष्यात असे निर्णय घेतील की जेणेकरून ही न्यायव्यवस्था अधिक मजबूत होईल, ही न्यायव्यवस्था अधिक समाजान्मुख होईल. आणि ही न्यायव्यवस्था माझ्यासाठी आहे. या न्यायव्यवस्थेकडे जर मी काही मागितलं, मी जर माझ्या अन्यायाविरुद्ध या न्यायव्यवस्थेकडे गेलो तर माझ्यावरील अन्यायाचं निराकरण होईल, माझं गाऱ्हाणं ऐकलं जाईल. अशा पद्धतीची ही व्यवस्था होण्यासाठी निश्चितच गवई साहेब मुलाचे निर्णय घेतील आणि त्यासाठी आपण सर्वजण गवई साहेबांना मनापासून शुभेच्छा देऊया. अशा शुभेच्छा देतो आपल्या वतीने, माझ्या वतीने, आणि मी थांबतो. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद. आपले विचार या समारंभास अमूल्य अशी भर पाडणारे असून ते आम्हाला सदैव मार्गदर्शन देईल आणि प्रेरणादायी ठरेल. ऑनरेबल श्री जस्टिस दीपांकर दत्तो brings to the bench a rare combination of legal precision, patient hearing, and principled interpretation. His Lordship's time at the Bombay High Court is still remembered fondly by members of the bar for the balance he struck between firmness and fairness. Now serving on the bench of Honorable Supreme Court, his contributions continue to shape important areas of constitutional and administrative law. I now invite Honorable Shri Justice Deepankar Datto to share his thoughts with us on this momentous occasion.
Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Honorable the former Chief Justice of India, Pujya Shri Matoshri, distinguished guests and invitees, respected ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to one and all. Maharashtra, and by extension, Nagpur, has a very special place in my heart. Anyone aware of the trajectory of my judicial career would notice the inextricable link with Marathi Manush that has enabled me to occupy high constitutional offices. To begin with, in 2005, I was recommended for elevation as a judge of the Calcutta High Court by the then Chief Justice, Justice V.S. Sirpurkar, who is present here. He hails from Chandrapur and was a regular practitioner in Nagpur. And this is what he shared to me. Perhaps till now, Justice Sirpurkar has the rare distinction of presiding over benches of all the three chartered high courts. No other judge has had that opportunity. I was then recommended for appointment as the Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court. And the collegium was presided over by another judge from the Nagpur Bar, Chief Justice Sharad Arvind Bobde. Moving ahead, I was recommended for elevation as a judge of the Supreme Court of India by another Chief Justice of India who was born in Solapur, a son of Maharashtra, Chief Justice Uday Lalit. I was thereafter sworn in as a judge of the Supreme Court of India by another Maharashtrian, Chief Justice Chandrachud. Although I was very unfortunate in not being able to serve under Chief Justice Lalit, I am now fortunate to be a part of the team led by Honorable Justice B.R. Gawai. Sir is my captain in the legal field, in the judicial field, and also I would like to have him as a captain on the cricketing field also. Nagpur Bar Association, this is my request to you before November 24, arrange a cricket match between the bench and the bar, and the bench would be led by Justice Gavai. You have heard Hindi and Urdu couplets. Now it is my turn to do the same, but in a different language. And as I said yesterday, I'm not too good at Marathi, but even then I'll try my best. Please pardon me if I am wrong. सत्याच्या शिखरावर हा भूषण उवा, पण त्याला मातृभूमी व मायेची मूल आहे, म्हणूनच तो खरा भूषण ठरला. Over the last few days, we have been attending functions to felicitate Justice Gawai. Today, taking a cue from what Justice Gawai has said in his past addresses, I would like to raise 2 points. In Aurangabad, Chief Justice said and warned everyone about judicial terrorism. Now, it cannot be gainsaid that judicial activism has come to stay as a means of ensuring justice in a dynamic society. Whatever orders we passed in our jurisdiction while hearing public interest litigations is in the nature of activism, to bring order to society when we find that the marginalized, the needy, are being deprived. Now, sometimes judicial activism progresses towards judicial adventurism and also borders on judicial overreach, which critics say amounts to judicial terrorism. Now, since this is a concern which has been expressed by the Honorable Chief Justice of India, may I, with His Lordship's permission, address my former colleagues of the Bombay High Court, the present judges who were not there when I was Chief Justice, and all the judicial officers who are present here, to remember about 5 principles. These are all foundational principles, core principles, but can suitably be adapted to Indian conditions, Indian judiciary. It is all about D, S, N, N, and S. What does D stand for? D stands for Dharma. Dharma here is not religion. Dharma is righteousness. Do what is right. S stands for Satya. We as judges, we must pursue the truth. Our search for truth while sifting facts, evaluating the materials on record, while weighing the evidence, while rendering judgments, we must try to reach at Satya. The first N stands for Niti. Niti would mean the principles of law, the constitution, the statutes, the precedents set by the higher courts. Let us not forget to abide by the principles. Otherwise, what the critics say, that the judiciary is guilty of judicial overreach or even judicial terrorism, we will not be in a position to counter them. If we abide by Niti, we will be staying within our bounds, not crossing the Lakshman Rekha of jurisdiction. The second N stands for Nyaya, the quality of justice that we dispense to the persons who are before us, and according to the merits of the case, what the justice of the case demands. And all these to ensure the last S, that is Shanti, peace in society. We are an important stakeholder in society, and we must also strive along with the other organs to ensure that there is no Ashanti because of our decisions. And let me tell you, I have found all these 5 qualities in abundant measure in our Honorable Chief Justice. Everyone has been referring to the recent bulldozer justice judgment. If you analyze the judgment, you will find that all these 5 qualities are there. The second point of concern which the Chief Justice flagged in Aurangabad was that one of the finest Chief Justice of the country then could not be brought to the Supreme Court. And the Honorable Chief Justice lamented that we do not always get what we want. Sir, this is an appeal to you. This is high time that we dispel the misconceived notion that judges appoints judges. Critics of the collegium system have been vociferous. Why should there be a collegium system? Let me go back to the 1980s of the last century and recall 3 Chief Justices of Bombay High Court. Chief Justice M.N. Chandurkar, Chief Justice Chitutosh Mukherjee, and Chief Justice P.D. Desai. Those who have practiced before these 3 Chief Justices and others would vouch that they were no less than the judges who made it to the Supreme Court in the 1980s. Does anybody question the pre-collegium system of appointment of judges? We only refer to the supersession of the 3 judges by a judge in 1974, just prior to the Keshavananda Bharati judgment, and then the supersession of Justice Khanna by the next senior Supreme Court judge. But why doesn't anybody question why Chief Justice Chandurkar, Chief Justice Mukherjee and Chief Justice Desai did not make it? Even judges of the collegium said, some of the judges, that the system is opaque. Now we are trying to bring in transparency. I would say from opacity, the system is now translucent. But sir, under you, we expect that there should be a fair and transparent process. And as you have repeatedly said, there can be no compromise on merit. Sir, we need to tell the society that if judges were to appoint judges, then all the recommendations made by the Supreme Court Collegium would have been acted upon. That does not happen. I recall when I was a member of the Calcutta High Court Collegium in 2019, we had recommended a member of the bar. 6 years have passed. Nothing has been done. He is now 58 or 59. He would not accept judgeship. Why does this happen? Has anybody questioned? So therefore, the external forces which prevent the collegium's recommendations from being acted upon should be dealt with sternly, And I feel that whatever proceedings are pending should be given top priority to ensure that merit and only merit is considered and not extraneous considerations. I think as the president of the function, I should not exceed the time limit. I thank the Nagpur High Court Bar Association for extending this honor to me. Thank you very much. Jai Maharashtra, Jai Hind.
Thank you, my Lord, for addressing such pertinent issues affecting the Indian judiciary today. It is always a pleasure and joy to welcome Honorable Shri Justice Uday Lalit to the bar at Nagpur. My Lord has been an inspiration of the highest order and a pillar of strength to all us juniors at Nagpur. Everyone who is acquainted with his Lordship is always overcome by the calm and poised manner in which my Lord has conducted himself both as a lawyer and as a judge. His Lordship has had the occasion to share the bench with my Lord Justice Gavai. I invite His Lordship to kindly speak a few words.
Mato Shri Dr. Kamalatai Gawai, Justice Bhushan Gawai, Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. Tejaswini Gawai, Justice Dipankar Datto, Justice Prasanna Varale, Justice Atul Chandorkar, Judges of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Alok Arade, Chief Justice Bombay High Court, Justice Nitin Samre and Justice Anil Kilor, Honorable Judges of the Bombay High Court, Justice V.S. Sirpurkar, former Judge of the Supreme Court of India, all the Honorable Judges of the Bombay High Court, past and present, Mr. Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General of India, Mr. Birendra Saraf, Learned Advocate General for State of Maharashtra, Mr. Atul Pandey, President of the High Court Bar Association, all the other dignitaries who are present, the members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be standing here as the person who has been invited to be part of these festivities and this felicitation program. I indeed consider myself to be privileged that I am here today. I am not a product of Nagpur Bar, though I used to come here and appear in a number of matters, but purely as a mercenary, I would call that. Come here, argue a matter, then your burden is off your shoulders and then fly back. But even on those occasions when I came to Nagpur, I never had the fortune or opportunity either to oppose Justice Gawai, or even to appear before him. And I regret that I missed out on that great opportunity. I must have appeared in a number of high courts before a number of judges, but this is one perhaps exception that it was not my fortune to be there before Justice Gawai as a lawyer at any stage. Though I must say that we went to the same school in Bombay. So therefore we are products of the same high school. We are products of the same bar. We were first enrolled in Bombay Bar Association. So therefore both Justice Gawai and I. Our trajectories in professional life then thereafter were different. I switched over to Delhi. Justice Gavai came to Nagpur. But I've always observed him from a distance with a sense of admiration and with a sense of pride that here is a person who is willing to go an extra mile. Even as a lawyer, number one, when he practiced as a government pleader, we have heard galaxy of speakers about the contribution of Justice Gawai as a government pleader and what kind of fearless approach and attitude he displayed. And that was quite evident from some of the orders which, as a lawyer, I had an occasion either to challenge or defend them in Supreme Court. So therefore, from a distance, I always observed him. It was only after he was elevated to the Supreme Court that we developed a bond of friendship, and we became good friends. But again, in professional life as a lawyer or as a judge, I never had an occasion to either see it from close quarters or be sort of recipient of the demonstration of his abilities. But I must say that there are lawyers and lawyers. You argue facts, you argue law. But there are lawyers who can see substance in something. And I always say, apples must have fallen for centuries. It was only Newton who could see the principle behind that. Many people must have been denied passports. It was only Justice Bhagwati who could see the principle in Maneka Gandhi. And if you have that ability to reach the inner core of that particular matter or the dispute, you go way beyond what is normally expected of a lawyer or a judge. And here is this man who has that ability, who has never been afraid to display that ability, to use that ability. And that's what it makes him a special person. If you see some of his judgments, you'll see that inner core getting displayed every stage. All India Judges Association cases where recently there have been judges who had been complaining that perhaps I think we had gone too far to say that even fresh graduates can be taken in judiciary. But then Justice Gawai came to the rescue and said that very well, at least 3 years practice as a member of the bar, and then only let them be taken as part of the judiciary. The judicial organ of the state is again indebted to say that very well, one person, one post, one pension. Therefore, again, this is the logic which gets displayed. I have been observing his judgments especially in forest matters. The reason is very obvious that I used to be the amicus before my elevation for almost 18 years in T.N. Godavarman. So I've seen the progress of that matter. And if at all that progress of that matter has been taken to greater heights, it's only because of Justice Gawai's judgments. The recent judgment in that Jhudpi Jungle matter is a demonstration of that. So it's this ability to come out with solutions. So therefore, what is normally required? Not just being well-versed in law, but beyond that, there has to be a vision, and behind that must be an experience of what is called the human problems, being alive to that, being sort of, grown in that particular or germinated in that environment, that you can take that to the greater heights and greater levels. There is a great quality in a person to be a good lawyer, but there is a greater quality in a person to be a leader of the bar. And there is still a greater quality in that man to be cultivating, nurturing future leaders of the bar. And that's what is actually displayed by Justice Gawai time and again. You know, a good conduct of an orchestra, you'll always find the conductor of the orchestra, he has 100 musicians before him, but even a one discordant note, his eyes, his ears are able to pick that particular discordant note or discordant voice. It's the same thing with Justice Gawai. Whatever happens, and one of the esteemed speakers said that he can know the names of the individual members of the bar. He can also know what is happening in the lives of those members of the bar. So it is that particular vision, that particular control over the entire orchestra which this gentleman has, and perhaps he lives up to his name as Gawai. So therefore, that's what he normally does. He not only has the ability to know, being well versed in sur and tal, but he can come to the sum. समेला बरोबर येणं, कोणत्या वेळी कधी येणं, हे ज्याला जमतं त्याला ते सगळं गणित बरोबर येतं. असा हा माणूस आहे. As somebody said, look at his, recent speeches. I had this occasion. I have been, post my retirement, I have been teaching law. And one of the subjects which I teach is affirmative action under the Constitution. And naturally, the last judgment which is there becomes one of the milestones in our constitutional jurisprudence and history. So therefore, it was with a great sense of pride that I could tell them about this judgment and the advances that this judgment actually thinks of and brings in our jurisprudence and ethos. Now, this is the life of a man, and this huge gathering which is glued to their seats for the last 2.5 hours is a testimony of the love and affection that the Nagpur bar has for this gentleman. I consider it my privilege that I am here to be witnessing this. One last thing. Justice Prasanna Varale quoted something from Jnaneshwara's Abhanga, the last sentence of which says, Velu tayacha gela gaganavari. I won't say, I will make a slight modification. Velu tayacha nela gaganavari ya mansani. And that's why we are all here. We are all here with love and affection for this person. He is truly a matter of pride for us. He is truly a Bhushan for Nagpur bar. Let's celebrate this person and the greatness that he has achieved and salute him. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my Lord. Indeed, as your Lordship has aptly put, the music of my Lord's judgment, my Lord Justice Gavai's judgments, touches the soul of all of us present here. We have all gathered here today to celebrate the momentous occasion in the history of the legal circles of Nagpur. It is with a feeling of eager delight that we welcome the appointment of my Lord Justice Gavai as the Honorable, the Chief Justice of India. As a judge of the Bombay High Court, my Lord took keen interest in the various activities taking place at the bar, including enthusiastically encouraging mediation and egging juniors at the bar to make frequent appearances. My Lord is an avid wildlife enthusiast and his love for forests and environment is well known. To all his acquaintances, his lordship is known for being an extremely caring friend, always ready to help someone in need. The day of bittersweet parting came on May 24th, 2019, when my lord was appointed as the judge of the Supreme Court of India. In the last 6 years, his lordship has been a part of an astounding 700 benches dealing with matters pertaining to a variety of subjects and authoring over 300 judgments, a staggering number even in the highest echelons of the Temple of Justice. 14th May 2025 will forever be etched in the legal history of Nagpur, for it was on this day that Honorable Shri Justice Bhushan Ramakrishna Gavai was sworn in as the 52nd Chief Justice of India. Today, the High Court Bar Association Nagpur takes this opportunity to commemorate this happy occasion when one of our own is adorning the seat of the highest judicial institution in the nation. I now request Honorable Shri Justice Uday Lalit, former Chief Justice of India, to kindly felicitate Honorable Shri Justice Bhushan Gawai on behalf of the High Court Bar Association with a shawl, Shrifal and a bouquet. Thank you, my lords. On behalf of the High Court Bar Association, we thank my Lord Justice Uday Lalit for felicitating the Honorable the Chief Justice of India. Thank you. At this juncture, if I would request my lords to take their places, as we have a small message from my Lord Justice Sharad Bobde, who could not be here with us personally, but he has sent a message for the gathering. I invite Dr. Renuka Sirpurkar on stage to read the message.
My greetings to this galaxy of stars on stage. A very pleasant evening to this very proud assembly of my High Court Bar Association. The association has summed up and penned down its feeling in a citation, a roll of honor to be presented on this felicitation ceremony to the Honorable the Chief Justice today. But before that, may I share with you the first message, as I call it, the message from the former Chief Justice of India, Shri Sharad Bobde, to my Lord Chief Justice Gawai on his being anointed as the Chief Justice of India. I quote, "It is a matter of immense pride that we are felicitating our own Bhushan Gavai as the Chief Justice of India. We are all proud that a member of our fraternity from this bar has adorned the highest office. I, along with the bar, congratulate him and wish him a successful tenure. Jai Hind." Unquote. May I now go ahead and present before you the citation of honor that we have prepared to somehow fit in all the feelings that this bar shares for this momentous occasion. It begins with the words of the Mahatma. "Men often become what they believe themselves to be. Your Lordship's elevation as the 52nd Chief Justice of India is a resounding testimony of Lordship's unflinching belief in equality, justice, and the rule of law. The legal fraternity has closely witnessed Lordship's fine-tuning of the strict arm of law with the soft heart of equity throughout your illustrious professional journey spanning over 4 decades of donning the black robes. Lordship's courtroom has emboldened the weak, enabled the needy, and sternly dealt with the deviants. Your Lordship has encouraged and molded many budding advocates to canvass their briefs fearlessly. Thriving bench and bar partnership has been your Lordship's hallmark. Your Lordship's unique ability to connect with the last man in the row has won innumerable hearts in and beyond the courtrooms. Your Lordship's prowess for social justice, reflecting in your Lordship's transformative decisions, can be best described in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's words. The progress of any society depends on the progress of those who are most vulnerable. Lordship's judicial pronouncements portray a myriad, multidimensional persona of a fine jurist, an environmentalist, and a wildlife conservationist. A visionary to the core, you have proactively facilitated enabling infrastructure to legal fraternities across the country. The unique amenities this association boasts of are illustrative. Equally commendable is your Lordship's conception and establishment of the Maharashtra National Law University in Nagpur. Your Lordship's accession to the highest seat of justice augurs a bright future for the Indian judiciary. The High Court Bar Association celebrates this historic moment with pride and joy for our very own Shri Bhushan R. Gavai, the Honorable the Chief Justice of India. We, the members of the High Court Bar Association Nagpur, join in conferring upon your Lordship this citation of honor with joy, respect, and humility. Thank you so much.
I request the President and Secretary of the High Court Bar Association to kindly present the citation to Honorable Shri Justice B.R. Gawai. I request all the office bearers of Hcba to kindly come on stage as well. At this happy juncture, all the various legal institutions and bar associations would also like to take the opportunity to felicitate my Lord Justice Gawai. I now request Srimati Suvarna Kevale, Principal Secretary, Law and Judiciary Department, Maharashtra, to felicitate Honorable Shri Justice B.R. Gawai, the Chief Justice of India.
I invite Advocate Nandesh Deshpande, Deputy Solicitor General of India, on stage.
I now invite Shri Devendra Chauhan, Government Pleader, Bombay High Court, Nagpur Bench, to felicitate my Lord. On behalf of Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa, I invite Advocate Asif Qureshi, Advocate Anil Govardipe, Advocate Satish Deshmukh, and Advocate Parizat Pandey.
On behalf of the District Bar Association, Nagpur, I invite President Roshan Bagde and Secretary Advocate Manish Randive.
I now invite Shri Rahul Pandey, Chief Information Commissioner, Maharashtra, on stage to felicitate my Lord.
I invite Dr. Kirti Kulkarni, Chief Legal Advisor, MSCB Mumbai, on stage.
I invite Professor Dr. Sukhvirdan Singh Dari, Symbiosis Law School, Nagpur, to kindly come on stage.
Next, I invite Advocate Uday Dable, President Vidhi Aghadi, Nagpur, to felicitate the Honorable the Chief Justice.
On behalf of Adhivakta Parishad, Nagpur District, I invite Advocate Charan Dhumane, General Secretary, as well as Advocate Ganesh Khanzode, Vice President, to kindly come on stage.
On behalf of the DRT Bar Association, Nagpur, I invite Secretary Advocate Sachin Fuladi on stage.
I request Advocate Narendra Thomre, President, as well as Advocate Shrikant Dev, Chief Presenting Officer of Maharashtra Administrative Tribunal Bar Association, Nagpur, to kindly felicitate my Lord.
On behalf of the ITAT Bar Association, Nagpur, I invite President Advocate Kishore Devani and Secretary Advocate Manoj Moriani on stage.
I invite Advocate Uma Bhattad, President, and Advocate Nirja Chaube, Secretary of the Vidarbha Lady Lawyers Association, Nagpur.
I now invite Advocate R.N. Sen, President of the Family Court Bar Association, Nagpur, along with Advocate Vasanti Rinke, Secretary.
I request Advocate Ravi Taide, former President, and Advocate Shivam Sharma, Secretary of the Akola Bar Association, to felicitate His Lordship.
On behalf of the Yavatmal District Bar Association, I invite Advocate Sanjay Jain, President, and Advocate Mohan Giradkar, Secretary, to kindly come on stage and felicitate my Lord.
I call upon Advocate Vijay Salve, President of the District Bar Association, Buldhana, to come on stage.
On behalf of the Vidarbha Labour Law Practitioners Association, Nagpur, I invite Advocate Ninad Almelkar, President, and Advocate Feroz Khan, the Secretary, to felicitate my Lord.
On behalf of Charity Bar Association, Nagpur, I invite Advocate Shri Ganesh Abhyankar, Secretary, and Advocate Dipti Tidke, Secretary, as well as Advocate Rahul Bamburkar.
It is the mark of how much love we have for Advocate Gavai, for Justice Gavai, that all the advocates and the advocate associations at Nagpur and the districts around would like to felicitate my Lord. On behalf of the Cat Bar Association, Nagpur, I invite Advocate B. Lahiri, the President, and Advocate Renuka Puranik Nalamvar, the Secretary, to felicitate my Lord Justice Gavai. On behalf of the Bar Association at Tirora, I invite the Secretary, Advocate Pranay Bhandarkar, Advocate Devendra Chaudhary, and Advocate Sagar Chauhan on stage.
On behalf of Aheri Bar Association, I invite Advocate Menganwar, President, as well as Advocate Jainwar, Secretary, onto the stage.
On behalf of the Law Society Nagpur, I invite Advocate Ram Parsodkar, Secretary, and Advocate Manoj Mishra, Joint Secretary, on stage.
On behalf of All India Federation of Women Lawyers, I invite Advocate Vaishali Khadekar, Joint Secretary, to felicitate His Lordship.
I now invite Shri Gunwant Kubde, Shri KG Rathi, and Shri Chandrika Pure of the Vidarbha Retired Judges Association, the President, the Secretary, and the member, to kindly felicitate my Lord. These are all members of the Vidarbha Retired Judges Association.
On behalf of All India High Court Employees Federation and Employees Association High Court Nagpur, I invite Dr. Harsha Patil, General Secretary, and Shri Sharad Shevatkar, Treasurer. As well as I invite Srimati Anagha Pohane to felicitate His Lordship.
On behalf of the District Bar Association Bhandara, I invite Advocate Jayant Bisen and Advocate Kailash Bure to felicitate my Lord.
On behalf of All India Bharat Ratna Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Advocates Association Chandrapur, I request Advocate R.R. Rangari, President, and Advocate G.G. Nagrale, Vice President, to felicitate my Lord.
On behalf of the Brahmapuri Bar Association, I invite President Advocate Hemant Urkude and Secretary Advocate A.T. Kobragade on stage.
I invite Advocate Ankush Mandavkar, President of the Bar Association Nagpur, to felicitate His Lordship.
On behalf of the Legal Cell Vardha, I invite Advocate Zahid Ali, former President, to felicitate my Lord. He is accompanied by Advocate Nirkant Hood.
On behalf of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, I invite Shri Manish Shri Girivar on stage.
I invite Advocate Pramod Brahmanwade, Gadchiroli Bar Association, to kindly felicitate my Lord. I now invite on stage Senior Advocate Shri J.T. Gilda to felicitate my Lord. And last but not the very least, I invite the staff of the High Court Bar Association. It is whose ardent wish to felicitate my Lord. I request all the staff of the High Court Bar Association to join. All of us know them as persons who work day in and day out to make our High Court work. Thank you, my lords.
On this historic occasion, which signifies not only an individual accomplishment, but also a collective honor for the bar and bench of Nagpur, it is my profound privilege to invite the Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Shri Justice B.R. Gawai, whose distinguished rise from Nagpur's legal community to the nation's highest judicial office exemplifies dedication, excellence, and perseverance, to kindly deliver his keynote address and share his thought with august gathering.
My Chief Justice, Justice Uday Lalit, I think I'm only the one who can claim that privilege amongst all my colleagues. Mrs. Amita Lalit, my colleagues from the Supreme Court, Justice Dipankar Datto, Justice Prasanna Varade, Justice Atul Tandurkar, their better halves, my colleagues from the Bombay High Court, Justice on the dais, Justice Nitin Samre and Justice Anil Kilor, and all the colleagues of the dais, their better halves, all my former brother and sister judges, the Solicitor General for India, Tushar Mehta, the Advocate General of State of Maharashtra, Dr. Virendra Saraf, Atul Pandey, the President of the High Court Bar Association, Amol Jaltare, Secretary, all other office bearers, the members of the Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa. There are many senior government officers present here. Shri Rahul Pandey, the Information Commissioner for State of Maharashtra, the office bearers of various associations from Vidarbha region, the government leaders, the lawyers representing the Union of India, the designated as well as non-designated senior lawyers, the student friends, and above all, the members of my own Nagpur High Court Bar Association. I am deeply privileged to be with you this evening. This is my fifth felicitation and one of the last ones, but the most important one for me, because it is this association which has made me what I am today. And therefore, though I have been given, I know the constraints of time, we are already past the scheduled time, and I have been allotted 30 minutes. I will try to finish within that, but I don't know whether I will be willing to, because I think I might not get another opportunity to address my brothers and sisters from the association with whom I have an association of almost 35 years to address as the Chief Justice of India, and therefore even if I exceed time, I seek your apologies in the beginning itself. I am really honored to be, खरं म्हणजे हा माझ्या दृष्टीनं घरातल्या लोकांनी केलेला सत्कार आहे आणि आपल्या लोकांनी जे कौतुक केलेलं असतं त्याचं महत्त्व बाकीच्या कुठल्याही सत्कारापेक्षा हे निश्चितच कितीतरी पटीनं जास्त महत्त्वाचं असतं. I am deeply privileged to be felicitated by none other than Justice Uday Lalit, who was my Chief Justice for 76 days, only 76 days. It is said that in the past, the Justice Lodha, who was with us in Delhi, was one of the finest Chief Justices who is still remembered as one of the greatest Chief Justices. But I can share on this occasion that I have seen about half a dozen Chief Justices, but the two Chief Justices with whom I am highly impressed, though both of them had a short stint, are Chief Justice Uday Lalit and Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna. Though Justice Uday Lalit had a short stint of 76 days, and Justice Sanjeev Khanna had almost the same time as I had, of around 6 months. Both of them brought in transparency, democracy, and inclusiveness. It is because of Justice Uday Lalit constituting the 5 constitution bench headed by senior-most judges of the Supreme Court that as a puisne judge of the Supreme Court, I got an opportunity to pen down my first constitution bench judgment in the demonetization case. Like Justice Lalit and Justice Sanjeev Khanna, I am also a firm believer in the principle that Chief Justice is only a first amongst equals and not a master of the coast, not the master of the Supreme Court. There is a growing belief that the Supreme Court is a Chief Justice's court and not a court of all the judges. But I must say, with matter of pride, that Justice Lalit, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, and I have attempted to dispel that notion immediately, like Justice Lalit, immediately after he took over as a CJI, he had held a full court meeting on the very next day. I also held a full court meeting immediately on the next day of assuming the office. And we took all the decisions by taking into consideration views of everyone, and all the decisions were taken by the Supreme Court in its meeting held on 15th of May 2025, were the decisions of the Supreme Court of India and not of Justice Gawai. My two colleagues are present there who were there. The third one joined little later. When I look back upon the journey of 64 and a half years, there are many memories which come in my mind. There is a contribution of many who have made this journey reach its destination where I am today. Though it will not be possible to outline all those things in detail, I think I would not like to miss this opportunity to at least briefly address to them. As with everyone, it is the upbringing, it is the parents who mainly contribute to the upbringing of their children. It is my upbringing in a family which was totally inspired by the ideology of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, the architect of the Constitution, the proponent of the social and economic justice in the country. That has deeply influenced my upbringing and also working as a judge, as a lawyer. My father, as Justice Kilor referred to, had devoted himself to the social and political life from the early days of life, and along with Dr. Ambedkar, he was in the movement for the upliftment of the downtrodden. As a student, as a school-going boy, as a college-going boy, I used to travel with him a lot. And therefore, the problems which I could see him solving, the problems that which he used to address as a leader of the masses, also had a deep impact on what I think about life, what I think about one should be. As I always said in my other speeches, that it was my father's decision that I should be a lawyer, though my interests were somewhere else. But it was his decision that he said, because he wanted to be a lawyer, and because of his commitment to social and political activities, he could not complete his law studies. And therefore, it was his decision which I followed, that I became a lawyer. It's my mother's hard work, and we lived in a small house, and as I said yesterday and also at Amravati, that the facilities for education at that time were very less in the taluka places, and therefore our house always used to have 10 to 15 relatives for the education. And though we had a very humble background, my parents used to look after not only their close relatives but also the expanded family. And I think this is that value of inclusiveness, this is that value of broader aspect to include everyone in the fold that has shaped my future life. After completing my law, because I was doing law in Bombay, I was a student of Government Law College, but since in 1982, I used to live in Mumbai because of my father's office as the chairman of the Legislative Council. But after 1982, she was not continued, and therefore I shifted to Amravati and continued my education in Punjab Deshmukh Law College, Amravati. After passing out LLB, I started practice in Mumbai and was junior with Barrister Raja S. Bhosle. I must express my gratitude to my senior, who was encouraging and gave us juniors a lot of opportunities to argue the matters. I must also mention about some of the judges who at the relevant time were sitting at Mumbai, senior judges, and they used to encourage the junior members of the bar to argue the cases themselves whenever the seniors were, whenever an adjournment or pass-over was called, was sought on the ground that the seniors are not available. One of them was Justice C.S. Dharmadhikari, and the other one was Justice P.B. Sawant. They gave me an opportunity by giving me many amicus curiae matters, and therefore, even in the early days of my stint at Mumbai, I could learn a lot by appearing in amicus curiae matters and my seniors matters. I got a rarest opportunity of arguing a full bench in Mumbai in 85-86 on the interpretation of Article 341 and 342 of the Constitution. Advocate Shri had come to argue that matter from Nagpur, because one of the matters was from Nagpur and my matter was from Mumbai, so they were clubbed together. It was argued before a full bench of Justice Chittatosh Mukherjee, Justice C.S. Dharmadhikari, and Justice S.P. Kurdukar. Mr. Ane, after arguing a case for one day, he got influenza and he was not in a position to come to the court. And therefore, he permitted to proceed with the arguments, and I would argue that matter for about 2 days or so. Bhushan was the Advocate General then, and he was opposing us in the matter. I was always impressed by two of the most eminent members of the Nagpur bar, Bhushan and V.R. Manor. Coincidentally, both of them were my father's friends. And I developed acquaintance with both of them in Nagpur, in Bombay itself. And both of them advised me that you are from Vidarbha area, so if you shift your base to Nagpur, it will be better for you. In a place like Nagpur, you will flourish better than the sea of lawyers at Mumbai. And I must say that it was the decision to abide by their advice and join the Nagpur High Court Bar and become the member of the High Court Bar Association, Nagpur, which was a turning point for me in my career. I shifted here in 1990. Sri V.R. Manor replaced Bhushan as Advocate General, and I still recollect 1992. When he became Advocate General, he wanted to change the Government Peters panel. And he asked me to join the Government Peters office as AGP. He said that you will get a very good experience, a variety of matters in the Government Peters office, and it will strengthen your foundation. I had not yet completed 7 years of practice on the date on which he offered that, and when I expressed this difficulty to him, he found out a solution. He asked me, when are you completing 7 years? So that was somewhere in April. He said, we will issue the advertisement after April. And that's how many young lawyers like me, V.M. Deshpande, Arvind Muzumdar, and Raju Madkolkar came in the team of the Government Peter. Bhaskara Padil was then our captain. He was the Government Peter. And I must state that he gave full opportunities to all four of us. And we encashed that opportunity may it be me or V.M. Deshpande, Raju Madkulkar and Arvind Majumdar, unfortunately, two of them are no more with us. He gave us matters to argue wherever even the virus of the medical admission rules, engineering college rules, the virus of statutes were involved. I recollect that when all matters with regard to the medical admissions, because we see that every year medical admissions are there and followed by so many matters. All matters were clubbed together and he gave me an opportunity to represent all those matters in Mumbai on behalf of the Government Bureau's office at Mumbai. He was there to give us an opportunity and four of us were there to encash that opportunity. मराठीत म्हटलं जातं की संधी मिळाल्यावर संधीचं सोनं करायचं की माती करायची हा आपला प्रश्न असतो. And I can say with sense of pride that all four of us encashed that opportunity and tried to excel in our professional foundation. Unfortunately, 1993 incident occurred to which Mr. Mishraji, Panditji, we used to call him, now also we call him Panditji. It happened and the Nagpur bench faced some sort of turmoil for a couple of years. I left the Government Bureau's office in 1993 and started my own practice. But I must say that even with the bitterest politics that we expressed at that time, which fortunately was a short-lived period of few years, there was never a bitterness. Most of my friends of my age group were on the other side, including V.M. Deshpande, Anand Deshpande, Sunil Manohar, and Mishraji and Bobde Sahib, Justice Sharad Bobde were our leaders. Mishraji referred to his election as a president of DBA in 1993, but he forgot to mention about one election prior to that, wherein Justice Raga and Justice Sharad Bobde were contesting against each other. So I requested Justice Bobde, Advocate Bobde, as his lordship then was, that let us make an attempt to bring back peace to the association. And all of us went to Advocate Daga, as his lordship then was, and sought our vote for Justice Bobde. Dagaji replied की मी माझं मत शरदला देतो, पण शरदलाही त्याचं मत मला द्यायला सांगा. आणि that was the first election that we lost. And Mishraji, Panditji had predicted that we will be losing by a certain number of votes, and that prediction came to be true on the next day. Thereafter, the DBA elections happened and Mishraji, with our support, got elected. Thereafter, his ambitions grew, and when there was the election for the High Court Bar Association, all of us had unanimously decided that we'll this time create an history by having a first woman lawyer as the president of the High Court Bar Association, and fielded Kumkum Didi for the president's office and Nitin Samre for the office of the secretary Hcba. And I still recollect that time we had taken a big march from the High Court premises to the district bar, from district bar to the charity commissioner's office, and then to the district court. And though Mishraji was overconfident, Kumkum Didi and Nitin both were elected with flying colors. I forgot to mention Justice Shirpurkar, who is present in the audience. Even in this bitter period, whenever I and Sunil or Anand used to meet outside the court in the corridors, we used to have very pleasant exchanges, and sometimes even the journalists used to ask, तुमचे तर एवढे भांडणे चालू आहेत, मग तुम्ही एवढे प्रेमाने कसे बोलता? But we never brought that politics to the personal level. Till 2000, I was practicing, and with the blessings of all of you, developed a good practice. I had never kept hidden my aim to become a High Court judge if I get an opportunity at the appropriate time. And therefore, when in 2000 the then coalition government changed and Vilas Rao Deshmukh, he became the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he offered me to become government pleader. I was not that keen to accept, but then Justice Bobde, Justice Raga's names were that time in the Pendulum. And he said that if you choose to become a government pleader, you will get a shorter route for elevation. Otherwise, you will have to compete with the stalwarts who are waiting to be elevated. I therefore accepted that offer with a condition. I told Vilas Rao Deshmukh that I will accept the government pleader's office only if 50% of the AGPs are of my choice and 50% are the government nominees. He was kind enough to accept that, and I must say that at that point of time we inducted around 12 young lawyers who had early 7 to 8 years practice as AGPs, and I am proud to say that today many of them are adorning the bench. The Justice Samre, Justice Kilor, Justice Dangre were part of my team. Justice V.M. Deshpande was also with me earlier as an AGP. As a government pleader, I got an opportunity to appear in many, many important matters. At that time, Mr. Ghulam Mohanty was the Advocate General, and he had said that he would not like to come to Nagpur because Nagpur was not having an air service which had a business class. And he said that he would not be in a position to fit in an economy chair. And therefore, all important matters before the Nagpur bench were argued by me, be that the NMC resolution case. In those days, there was a practice that in court number A, the last row was always full with either the police officials or the senior government officers who were made to sit in the court from 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And the task of defending all those was always upon me, a difficult task, but and when I got an opportunity as a judge of the Supreme Court, one of the orders that I passed was criticizing some of the benches because fortunately one matter came up before me from from Patna High Court, wherein one honorable judge had asked the presence of 193 officers in a year before the court. So I deprecated that practice and said that unless it is absolutely necessary or the officer is found to be in utter defiance of the orders of the court should refrain from directing the presence of such officers. one of the important matters in which I got an opportunity or which has given a satisfaction to me was referred to some of the speakers with regard to an order passed by a bench of the Nagpur High Court directing all the slums in Nagpur to be demolished within a period of 1 week, and on a failure to do so, the collector was to be held guilty for contempt. So Vilaswar Deshmukh was in town with regard to some election, Varda MLC election. And he said, if this order is not stayed by the Supreme Court and havoc could be created, we will face a very important or very drastic law and order situation. And I told him, if you go by your bureaucratic setup, it will not be possible to get a stay in one order. So he immediately directed the Chief Secretary to issue a GR authorizing me to take all the steps for filing an SLP and pleading on behalf of the state government. We had engaged 2 senior lawyers. I would not name them. On both the calls, they did not turn up, and as was the then practice in the Supreme Court, that if on a second call the senior is not there, it is for the AOR or the counsel who is present there to argue the matter. This is how I got an opportunity to argue that matter and get that drastic order stayed. Fortunately, the Supreme Court monitored that matter and directed regularization of the slum dwellers by directing the state government to provide a scheme for their rehabilitation. As a government pleader, I got an opportunity to oppose many scholars like Mr. Manohar, Mr. Bhushan Bobde, CJ Madkolkar, Mr. Parshikar, and another of my father's friends, who was at that time, I think, the only senior counsel in Nagpur, Mr. K.H. Deshpande. If I had not accepted the office of the government pleader, I would have missed the opportunity to face such giants. Today, except Mr. Manohar, from that generation, nobody is with us. Today, I was fortunate enough to get blessings of one of the most respected figures that I consider, Mr. V.R. Manohar. But I had come last to meet him in Nagpur. I had assured him that in my first visit to Nagpur, after I take oath as a CJI, I will come to seek his blessings. And the happiness which I noticed on his face today, I have no words to express. He was full of blessings for me. He was full of best wishes for me. In 2003, what Justice Bobde had predicted came true. In 2000, I had assumed the office in January, and in September, October, when Justice V.P. Singh came to Nagpur, he asked my age and he said, you will have to now wait till you complete 40. And that's how then I had to wait for almost about 2 years. And then again I was in dilemma as to whether to accept the judgeship or not, because waiting period at that time, like Mr. Daga, like Mr. Sharad Bobde, was also long for us. But then my father said that if you practice, what you will earn is only money. But if you accept the office of a judge, you can contribute to the ideals of Dr. Ambedkar of social and economic justice. And I must say that it was again a very good decision on my part to abide by his mandamus. As a judge, by that time, when I was elected, prior to that, all the judges who were elected from Nagpur, we were refusing to sit in Nagpur because of including Justice Raga, including Justice Bobde, all of them went to Bombay. And I opted to be in Nagpur. After my oath, my first sitting was coincidentally with Justice Raga, who was on a visiting assignment at Nagpur. And I must say that my first sitting with him was an opportunity to learn. He encouraged me to write the judgments from the very first week that I joined the bar. And what I learned from him was his meticulousness. I gave him a draft, hoping that it will be approved as it is. But it came back with so many circles, semicircles, then this arrow above, this arrow down. And this is the meticulousness in working which I then tried to imbibe in my future journey. I have had sittings with many senior judges. Largely when I was in Nagpur, I was, after a short stint with Justice Raga, made to sit as a single judge. And one of the sittings with which I must make reference to is Justice Parishikar Hon'ble. My judgments used to be lengthy. When we sat on a criminal assignment, I wrote a judgment of around 40 pages and gave it to him. So he called me in chamber. He said, "Kai kudun ala mane tu? Kai High Court judge hai iska? Evdo lam likhta." And he wrote the judgment in my presence and he said, "Come back, send the judgment in 10 pages." This is how I tried to imbibe precision in my judgments. Thereafter, I completed my full circle. From here, I went to Aurangabad, from Aurangabad to Bombay, and from Bombay to Goa for a short period to come back again to Nagpur. And then I was here for a longer period. I got opportunity to head the public interest litigation bench, work as an administrative judge here. And many of those who were part of my benches as a senior judge or junior judge are present in the audience today. Two of the Supreme Court judges, Justice Varade and Justice Chandurkar, shared bench with me on many occasions. Justice Samre was with me for a short period. But Justice A.M. Deshpande, Justice Shukre, Justice Haq, they shared bench with me here for a longer period. For short stints, I had sat with Justice B.P. Dharmadhikari, who was later on to add on the office of the Chief Justice of this very High Court, and Justice R.K. Deshpande. I had a very satisfying tenure at all the four benches. Wherever I went, I received a lot of love and affection from the colleagues there and from the bar associations there. And therefore, though earlier I was of the view that I may not accept felicitations, except Nagpur, but then I modified it and I said that I will go to the places where I had worked as a judge and received the warmth, love and affection from the members of Aurangabad and Goa. I think I am already crossing my time limit. I'll try to wind up within 10 minutes. As a judge, as a judge of the High Court at Nagpur or Mumbai, I got many opportunities to decide matters which had a angle of social and economic justice. We had issues pertaining to the ground realities and the problems of the societies. One of such matters was argued by the Lalit, Solicitor General, who was the ASG then at Mumbai, along with Mr. Anil Singh, who was also ASG. As a judge presiding over the PIL in Nagpur, I was happy to see to it that the Nagpur-Jabalpur highway, which was languishing for years together and which had witnessed more than 100 deaths due to the accidents. And we, for the first time, adopted the model of sustainable development while ensuring that the highway is constructed, also ensuring that the ecology and the interest of the wildlife is maintained by providing for long subways so that the animals from one part of the jungle, while traveling to the another part of the jungle, they find that they are traveling in the same jungle. Justice Dangre was the government leader then. The High Court had passed the bench presided by, I think Justice Varade was sitting with me. We had passed an order permitting the trees for the construction of the highway. The NGT had passed some order, and then the officers of the Forest Department and the collector, they received a notice of contempt from the NGT. Faced with this situation, Justice Dangre was then government leader, came to the bench and asked, we have two orders, one passed by your lordships and the other passed by NGT. What should we do? So I replied that we don't possess an advisory jurisdiction. It is for you to decide as to whether you will abide by an order of the Constitutional Court or by a statutory tribunal. And then in that matter, I got an opportunity to lay down a law with regard to the subordination of the even national tribunals to the high courts, at least within their territorial jurisdictions. As a high court judge, you have always doubts, but fortunately that judgment was also upheld by the Supreme Court. I was immensely pleased to contribute to the health infrastructure in the region of Hcba. In a continuing PIL that is pending before the High Court, my dear friend Jugal Kishore Gilla, who was the only lawyer when I came to Nagpur from Bombay, except Mr. V.R. Manohar and Mr. Bhausab Bobde and Mr. Sunil Manohar, who are known to me. And he gave me a space to keep my bassa on his table. I was sitting with him till after gradually I developed acquaintance with Justice Bobde and the others and shifted to the bar council room. With that PIL, we could pass so many orders for augmentation of the facilities in the IGMC and the Government Medical College. By an judicial order passed, we directed increase of 100 seats in the Government Medical College, IGMC, and the medical colleges at Akola and Vasantrao Naik Medical College at Yavatmal. In the very same year, Anil Kilor, through his Janmanch, had filed a PIL for establishment of medical college at Chandrapur and at Gundia. And as usual, the Medical Council of India was acting as a stumble block. noticing that the Medical Council of India was very generous in granting permissions to the private medical colleges and very stingy in granting permissions to the government medical college. I was sitting with Justice Haq and I asked him कि क्या करना है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तो अपना ऑर्डर रिवर्स कर सकता है. He said कि सर कर लो, आप जो होना है वो देख लेंगे. And we passed judicial orders for establishment of 2 medical colleges, one at Gondia and one at Chandrapur, with an intake capacity of 100 students. So in 1 year, the capacity of seats in the region of Vidarbha was enhanced by 600 years. Fortunately, again, those orders were upheld by the Supreme Court. I could, in a PIL jurisdiction, unearth many scams, be it a scam in Public Works Division number 1 of Nagpur, or an irrigation scam, and could augment the development of Gosikurd Dam so that the irrigation potential of Vidarbha increases. There was again a problem at Nagpur with regard to the religious structures at Nagpur, religious structures of various religions, mandirs, gurdwaras, stupas, masjids. Fortunately, we could resolve that issue amicably and save the religious places, around 15,000 in the city of Nagpur. As I said yesterday, and which is flagged by Justice Datta, I always felt that judicial activism was necessary, because whenever the executive or the legislature failed, the judiciary had to step in so as to act as a constitutional custodian of the rights of the citizens. But I always also felt that all the 3 wings should work within the spheres allotted to them. And though judicial activism is there to stay, it should never turn into judicial adventurism or judicial terrorism. And I still believe in the same principle. There are cases and cases to which I can make reference to, but I'm already exceeding my time. In 2019, with blessings of all of you, I got elevated to the Supreme Court, and in last 6 years, the journey so far has been satisfying. I could author many judgments, including some of the Constitution judgments, some judgments of 5 judges bench, some judgments of 7 judges bench. I can only say that whenever I got an opportunity, be it as a lawyer or as a government pleader, as a judge of the High Court or as a judge of the Supreme Court, I always considered it an opportunity to serve the society and serve the nation. Judgeship is not a job, it's a service to the society, service to the nation. And I always put myself in the role of a student. When I went to Bombay and when I was made to sit on the original site, various new subjects were allotted to me, and I looked at that from the point of view of a student. When I was made to sit on IPR, or when I was made to sit on an indirect tax bench, I requested the bar members to treat me as students in that wing and take my tuition classes for 15 days. And I could say with a sense of satisfaction that in IPR, I could lay down the law which was incorrectly being followed by the Bombay High Court for almost 50 years. Even in a Supreme Court, I always put myself in a chair of a student. Whenever a new subject has come to me, I have studied it as a student of law, and I always say and believe in the principle that a lawyer and a judge is a student always, and till end he is a student. And the day he feels that he has mastered everything, that is the end of a career of a lawyer as a lawyer and a judge as a judge. As a judge, I always believed in doing what I thought of was right. When I was given a judicial assignment of the judicial officers in Bombay, one matter with regard to a pension of a judge who was, I won't name his present here, who was sent on a deputation as the chairman of the University Tribunal, but denied the pension as a High Court judge on the ground that he was not made permanent. And he was strong enough to stand on principles. He said that he will not accept a single pie unless the High Court judge's pension is made available to him. I decided in his favor, and the man who was without pension, a retired judge of the High Court for 3 years, got his pension after a fight for 3 years. There was another matter which I decided that against the administration. Next week my assignment was changed. The judicial officer's assignment was taken and given to somebody other than me. That never affected my resolve to do my duties as per my oath. Fortunately, as a judge of the Supreme Court and as the Chief Justice of India, in one of the first judgments that I delivered with regard to High Court judges' pensions issues, I could, without referring to my own judgment, uphold my view that all judges, including the additional judges, are the High Court judges and entitled to the same pension. I applied the principle of one rank, one pension. Some of the judges were living in penury. I was aghast when I came to know that a retired judge in some High Court was getting a pension of 7,000 to 8,000. We talk about independence of judiciary, we talk about dignity to the office of the High Court judge, and we deny him even a pension, a basic pension. These are the matters which have really given me an immense pleasure. As Justice Kilor has referred, my father taught me one principle. He said की जर कोणाचं भलं करता येत असेल तर भलं करा, परंतु चुकून कोणाचं दुश्मनाचंही नुकसान करू नका. And I saw him not only preaching it, but practicing it. One of his very close associates, when he started his political career, on account of the factions in RPI, shifted to another faction, and he became his very vocal opponent. And he used to at times cross the borders of decency. And unfortunately, he fell ill. My father took him to the hospital. He admitted him to the hospital, and he told the doctors that give him the best of the treatment. He brought him to Nagpur. Nagpur was, Amravati did not have a good medical center that time. And he said, all expenses will be borne by me. He came out of the difficult situation and was again fit to resume his political journey. My father went to meet him again and he expressed remorse. In spite of me doing all this to you, you have done this to me. My father told him, you don't worry, now you are fully fit. I will continue with my work, you continue with what you are doing prior to your getting ill. So this principle I have followed, tried to follow, I don't know, I have attempted to follow to what extent I have been successful in it. The jury will decide it on 23rd of November. In my journey, there has been a contribution of many. I have already referred to the contributions of my father, mother, my family members, my friends, the lawyers, my juniors, the seniors with whom I learnt a lot, the seniors appearing against whom I learnt a lot, the seniors assisting whom I learnt a lot. The hard work of juniors, which on the basis of which your arguments are based. My colleagues, the senior colleagues in the Supreme Court, as well as the senior colleagues in the Supreme Court and my junior colleagues, I always considered it to be an experience of mutual learning. Like I gave example of Justice Raga, Justice Padshikar. When I was sitting with Justice V.M. Deshpande, I learned to read the evidence in vernacular. He said the translations are at times deceptive. And therefore, even today in Supreme Court, though in southern languages it has become difficult, but in northern languages, I try to read the evidence in vernacular. The staffs of the High Court, the Supreme Court, without which you can't work with your stenographers. I had the excellence of stenographers at Mumbai, Aurangabad, and Nagpur, Mumbai. In Supreme Court, it is difficult to work without the assistance of the law clerks. On Mondays and Fridays, when you have a list of 60 to 70 matters, unless the team of your law clerks ably assist you, you can't do that 2020. Otherwise, it's like a test day match, and you can't finish the board by evening. I've had very excellent 17 law clerks so far, from 2019 till now. 4 of my law clerks are present in the audience. Shrikant Verma, Abhishek Karnik, Bharat Kilor, and Parikshit Chitale. The family's contribution is also immense. A lot of sacrifices are required by your better halves and your children. I received full support from my wife Tejaswini and daughter Karishma and son Jyotiraditya. And of course, you also require critics to correct yourself. Critics are always in the family. घरच्या लोकांना जो चुका काढणं सहज जमतं. But I had 2 very eminent critics. One, a senior colleague at the bench and not senior but elevated shortly after me, in Justice Dilip Karnik and Justice Vasanti Naik. They were frank open to point out to me whenever I was wrong, and I must admit that I, following their advice, attempted to make correctional measures. And so therefore, when you felicitate me today, you are not felicitating Bhushan Gawai. You are felicitating all those who have made him Chief Justice of India, you are felicitating the Nagpur High Court Bar Association, whose product is Chief Justice Bhushan Gawai. And I must say with a matter of pride, I will always like to remain in the depth of this association, which has given me everything, which has made me what I am today. But one thing I must say with a matter of pride, that within a period of fortnight, the collegium headed by the Chief Justice of India from Nagpur has given a gift to the Nagpur High Court Bar Association in Justice Atul Tandurkar. I congratulate him. I have noted the suggestions of Justice Dipankar Datta. I think we are following transparency, we are interacting the candidates, and we find that that interaction works. We have tried to maintain seniority and the merit in the matters of selection, and Justice Tandurkar is a living example of that, and therefore, no doubt I will be addressing the concerns. I won't thank you. I will only say that I will always be indebted to this land, which has given me name, fame, and abundance of love and affection. Please continue to shower that and bless me that my future journey is also as wonderful as last 40 years as a lawyer and judge. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord, for your visionary and heartfelt address. Your words have truly enriched this historic occasion and will resonate as a source of guidance and inspiration for all of us in this legal fraternity.
I request everyone to kindly remain seated. The High Court Bar Association would like to express our gratitude to the various dignitaries who have graced this event with their august presence. I request the President of the High Court Bar Association, Shri Atul Pandey, to present a memento to the Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Honorable Shri Justice B.R. Gavai.
It is our good fortune that we have been graced with the presence of Dr. Srimati Kamalatai Gawai. The Hcba would like to take this opportunity to felicitate respected Dr. Kamaltai Gawai with a shawl, Shri and a souvenir. I request our senior member of the bar, Advocate Ujjwala Patil, to kindly do the honors. We are also privileged to have among us Dr. Tejaswini Gawai, who kindly consented to grace the occasion today. I now request our senior member of the bar, Advocate Indira Bodade, to felicitate respected Dr. Tejaswini Gawai with a shawl, Shrifa, and a souvenir.
I request the Secretary of the High Court Bar Association, Advocate Amol Jaltare, to present a memento to Honorable Shri Justice Uday Lalit.
I now request Executive Member Advocate Aniruddha Anand Krishnan to present a memento to Honorable Shri Justice Deepankar Datto.
I request Executive Member Advocate Priyanka Arbat Authare to present a memento to Honorable Shri Justice P.B. Varare.
I request Executive Member Advocate Amol Hunge to present a token of our appreciation to Honorable Shri Justice A.S. Sandurkar.
I now request Advocate Pankaj Tidke to present a memento to Honorable Shri Justice Alok Aradhe.
I now request Advocate Sharad Bhattad to present a memento to Honorable Shri Justice Nitin Samre.
I request Advocate Madhav Lakhe to present a token of our appreciation to Honorable Shri Justice Anil Kilor.
I request Advocate Prithviraj Chauhan to present a memento to Shri Tushar Mehta.
I request Advocate Vishwajit Singh Oberoi to present a memento to Dr. Birendra Saraf.
Thank you, my lord. As we approach the conclusion of this memorable and dignified ceremony, I now request Advocate Amol Jaltare, the Secretary of the High Court Bar Association, Nagpur, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks and formally express our collective gratitude to all the esteemed dignitaries present here today.
A very good evening to all. This is indeed a moment of immense pride and great pleasure for the High Court Bar Association as we all are witnessing the glorious and historic moment of the felicitation ceremony of its illustrious son, Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Mr. Bhushan Gawai, who is a member and product of this own esteemed association, who has adorned the apex position in this supreme institution. Known for the calm, balanced, firm and fearless approach, he is also known for the remarkable journey in his profession, unwavering commitment to the constitutional values and significant contribution in Indian judiciary. He has set an example that even a first-generation lawyer can rise to the highest pedestal with sheer hard work, dedication and discipline. I firmly believe that judge is not merely a dispenser of justice, but he is also a guru, a guide and a mentor who shaped the destiny of the young legal aspirants in this profession. Thank you, my lord, for being a guiding light in the nature of a guru, guide and mentor for all. My lord, on behalf of the High Court Bar Association, Nagpur, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude not only for gracing the occasion and accepting our invite, but also for many more things which cannot be described in a short span of time, my lords. Thank you, my lords. I am also further grateful to my Lord Honorable Chief Justice Uday Lalit, the former Chief Justice of India, for accepting our invitation for this momentous occasion and felicitating our own Honorable Chief Justice Bhushan Gawai. Above all, I bow my head in utmost reverence to Dr. Kamalatai Ramkrishna Gawai, the proud and noble mother of Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Mr. Bhushan Gawai. Respected ma'am, Your values, sacrifices, and unwavering determination have nurtured a son who today leads the judiciary of the nation, the biggest democratic country. We offer our deepest gratitude for gracing this occasion with your divine presence. We are truly grateful to you for sparing your valuable time and gracing the felicitation ceremony. My utmost gratitude to Mrs. Dr. Tejaswini Bhushan Gawai also for your presence here, and you have honored us all. Thank you. This association is deeply grateful to Honorable Chief Justice Deepankar Datta, the President of the function, Honorable Chief Justice Prasanna Varale, Honorable Chief Justice Atul Chandurkar, Honorable Chief Justice Alok Aradde for their benign presence here, to add which has added the grace and solemnity to this historic occasion. My special thanks and regards to Honorable Chief Justice Nitin Samre and Honorable Chief Justice Anil Kilor, not only for gracing the function, but for their constant support and guidance since the inception in this journey. I am also grateful to Solicitor General Mr. Tushar Mehta, the Senior Advocate, Advocate General Mr. Birender Saraf. I am also grateful to Justice Nitin Borkar, Justice Bharti Dangre ma'am, Justice Khobra Gade sir. I am also grateful to Honorable Chief Justice Vikas Sirpurkar, former Judge Supreme Court of India, Shri Justice B.P. Dharmadhikari, former Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, and the sitting judges and former judges of this Honorable High Court. I am also grateful to Additional Solicitor General Mr. Anil Singh, Government Pleader Mrs. Neha Bide, Mr. Deven Chauhan, Mr. Venegaonkar, Mr. Nandit Deshpande. Thank you all for your gracious presence today. I am also grateful to the Principal Secretary, Mr. Suvarna Kevli, the Department of Law and Justice, Mr. Shekhar Mungate, the Secretary General, Supreme Court of India, Mr. Samir Adkar, the Registrar General, Bombay High Court, Mr. Bhushan Shirsagar, the Registrar Administration, and the entire staff of Registry for your constant support. I am thankful to all the Principal District Judges and the members of Judiciary, the members of Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa for your presence. I am thankful to Mr. Rahul Pandey, the State Information Commissioner, the Divisional Commissioner, Mr. Vijayalakshmi Bidari, the Collector, Mr. Vipin Itankar, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ravindra Singhal, for the constant help and support and for your gracious presence and assistance for this event. I am also grateful to the NMC Commissioner, Mr. Abhijit Chaudhary, the DCP Traffic, the entire police machinery for their support and presence. I am honored and mesmerized by the presence of all the presidents and secretaries of various bar associations from the entire Vidarbha region who are present here to shower their love and affection to the Honorable the Chief Justice of India. Thank you, the members of print and electronic media. Sincere thanks and regards to all the members of legal fraternity. Radhika Bajaj Advocate, Advocate Parth Ranade, thank you for being the voice of today's function. My special thanks and regards are reserved also for Dr. Bhanudas Kulkarni for his selfless guidance and efforts and true assistance who forms the backbone of our every cultural event or every ceremony. Thank you, Bhanu Kaka. Mr. Abhijit Kuchevar, the Officers of Public Works Department, for helping us to build and expand the family of our bar by constructing a stunning chambers for the members in a very short span of time, the inauguration of which was carried out today by the auspicious hands of Honorable the Chief Justice and in the august presence of the dignitaries present on and off the dais. For the paucity of time, I cannot individually mention the names of all the dignitaries present over here, but on behalf of the High Court Bar Association, I thank you all for your gracious presence today for making this event a successful one. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request everyone to kindly rise for our national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
As a token of remembrance of this historic felicitation ceremony, may I now request all dignitaries on the dais and members of Executive Committee of the High Court Bar Association Nagpur to kindly assemble for a group photograph.